Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt and Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you will see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt and Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Kaya and White, DJ, Labanita, Trigger Mike, DJ Hampton, Damien, Stan, Lady Di, me, myself, and Lapeef J. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Yo, what's poppin'?
Blast.
Blessed.
Well, y'all kind of delayed a little bit, man.
Everybody was muted, I think.
Okay, yeah, it's always like that. Like your hair, Lady Di. Look nice.
Well, thank you. Appreciate
Yeah.
Like your hat.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Compliments all over the place. Everybody look nice, man. Just Lady Di switched it up a little bit today, so. Anyhow, good to see you guys. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, Sherelle, Jimmy? How you doing, Branu? Old Blindy. As you guys coming in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you are catching this on the replay, hit that like button. And also make sure you subscribe as well. The main topic for tonight, a real man would. We're going to fill in the gaps tonight. But SASSY has become a weaponized label often thrown at men. So that's what we're going to be discussing today. We're going to kind of break that up into several topics tonight. So y'all ready to do this?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to play a little bit of context right now just to get the conversation going, get those minds wandering around a little bit. Here we go. And then this happens again. Give me 1 second.
Sure, let's try
It's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Let Go.
I was about to say, you put the ugliest dude on the screen first.
It's that shirt.
Y'all said it,
too old
not
for that
me.
shirt.
Let Go, what's up, man? You got to slide back through, man. We ain't seen you in a minute. I know you gonna watch it too.
Are you talking about Let Go?
Yeah, Calvin Klein shirt on. He went to Marshalls before that episode.
Sassy.
Yeah.
Sassy.
Yeah, Let Go he just come in and do what he do, man. Everybody else be trying to dress to impress. Let Go just step up. All right, here we go, y'all.
Dating, do you think that there are certain things that men should be doing in relationship? And if they're not, you wouldn't consider them a real man? Or do you also agree that the way of thinking is toxic?
I think that they're fundamentally things that a man should do. And I think we've gotten away from that, and we need to wheel it back in. Everybody need to get back on board with the way that things used to be, which is why I post a lot of animal videos, because all you gotta do is go to nature and they'll tell you how this shit's supposed to go. Go look at a wild fucking hyena will tell you how this shit's supposed to go. So I think that there's fundamentally things that a man should do. And then you start adding sprinkles on top, which I think are relative and that can be toxic. When you talk about provide, protect, understanding, things like that, creating safety, even like being patient, which we talked about, just more like soft skill. There are fundamentally things that a man should do. When you start getting toxic, it's like, oh, a real man would have called you back after, and it's like, now, girl, he may not have liked you, maybe it just wasn't, but there are fundamentally, there's a starter kit a real man should do package, and I feel like we need to me, it's a staple and it's a standard, and I think we should get back to that.
What about you, Jay? Are there certain things in a relationship that you expect a man to do?
Of course.
What's that?
I feel like first of all, the statement depends on the topic.
Okay.
Because holding him accountable for not doing the certain things that you are looking for him to do or need him to do, or probably expressed when y'all first started dating, should be done. So I don't feel like it's as toxic as y'all make it seem to be.
Okay.
I think it could be just, if I may add, it can be a dangerous trope as well too, because when men talk about, oh, well, y'all, you want a YN or you want an emotional man? Like, do you want us to express ourselves and express our feelings? And when you start talking about a real man, I think it opts men out of other characteristics that they may offer that are valuable as well. As we talked about, it's not just about providing, protecting, and things like that. When you talk about just communicating, patience, I don't know if some women may consider that real man quality. So I think it can be a dangerous trope as well when you talk about that.
KD,
yeah.
What do you think? Do you think that there is certain things that define masculinity that?
Of course.
Okay, what would those things be?
Well, let me go back to this. So when you talk about real man, whose definition? By whose definition?
That's my point.
Because unless there is a consistent definition across the board, who's to say that that definition is the right one? Mm-hmm. So you may need something from a guy, and if he doesn't do it, then he's not a real man. You may need something different. So we got to deal with that part.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it. The danger of defining manhood for others. Let's go ahead and get into it, man. A real man. That's what they was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Different definitions, man. Who want to tackle this first?
Yeah, JR, I think it was a Freudian slip by her, right? Because she was talking about in the wild, and then she mentioned hyenas, right? But hyenas are matriarchal, right? So even the example she used didn't make sense, right? And the real man trope is the same thing as they use leadership, you the leader, right? Men get called sassy from an emotional person with an emotional response when they deem him conveniently too emotional. And this is what how real man is used as well.
All right. Kia, I saw your face expression. I'm not sure what was going on with that, but what are your thoughts, man? Kaya, I'm sorry. You're on mute. Let me go ahead and
You're on mute.
Let me unmute it. There you go.
Okay. So there's a few things that I was raising I brought, and I was actually glad that the man that was in the video said that we have to define what a man is, because quite frankly, there's a lot of definitions floating around in the ether about what a man should do, what a man should be. However, men define who they are. And we are, as women, I think we're supposed to be responsive to whatever that definition is. The other thing about it is that I'm going to speak from personal experience. My father was my example for how a man should act, how a man should be. The statistics don't lie. We have an absence of fathers in actually, I don't want to go for there, but it's a lot. The definition of a man, I believe it first comes from a man witnessing who his father or how his father acts, and then it kind of goes, he develops himself over his, over the years. I find me stuttering because I'm like, there are so many things that are wrong with that clip, but I'm going to start with the fact that you've got women talking about men being sassy. What is I've never heard of this, so thus.
All right, you just hold tight, Kyle. We gonna come back to you, but we'll get to the sassy part. I heard somebody talking. Who was that? Was somebody saying something? Okay. Go ahead, Trickle Mike. Go ahead, you. The danger of defining manhood for others.
I mean, what's up, everybody? Good evening. You know, I listen to that lady sometimes. Like she's catching fire out here. I mean, Hemp really he picked it apart. That's why I was just like, you used hyenas. Like that's the word. Like literally, we use that to basically tell women they don't know anything about the development of men, right? So I think not only was it a Freudian slip, it was just indicative of how bad the mindset between like of men and women are in modern day society. What a man should be like, just stop. And I think it has to do a lot with the presence of women in the mainstream space, always wanting to define everything. So we let them do that. We give them mics. We don't censor anything they say. We don't check them on anything. So who's to say when they can stop making assumptions about anything? You know what I mean? They'll redefine anything if we give them the opportunity. So on this particular topic, though, I think women need to understand the development of men. And if you really want to look at what a man's supposed to be, let's put the quote air quotes on it. Just look at what a woman's natural expectations are of him. All right. So we can say a woman can pay her own bills, but do you really want to? There ain't no woman on this panel that would rather spend her own money than her man's money. Anybody feel like telling me I'm wrong? You can say that, but it's in your nature. If all the other women around you are being taken care of by their men, you won't feel as bold pulling out your own checkbook. That's what I'm saying. That's the game that women play. All right, men, the game that men play is he who has the most wins, the most things. The game that women play is he who is the best kept wins, right? So the development of men, women really need to understand. Don't infringe on the development of any man. Stand back. What are your expectations of him? You expect him to take care of his family? Stand back and let him do that. Don't ever stand in his way or anything that's going to hinder his development in that fashion. Don't stand in front of him and say we're equals, because you're not. The expectations he has of you and the ones that you have of him are not equal. The pressure that he has on him to take care of the whole family, right? In fact, let me walk it back a little bit. Never call somebody your equal who's not standing next to you when it's time to take the blame. That's how we know men and women are not equal. A woman, I ain't never seen a woman stand in front of a man and say, it's all my fault, don't blame him. I ain't never in my life seen that shit. So when we look at what men are supposed to be, just look at a woman's natural expectations of them, and we'll get a much clearer picture.
All right. Go ahead, Stan.
There were some points that he said that I can agree with. There were some points I didn't quite agree with. So we can start with biblically, right? If we look at it biblically, man is defined in numerous ways, but the one most common thing you'll hear the Bible define.
Stan, before you go, are you using your phone?
I am. Can you not hear me?
Do you have a case over it?
You know what? It's standing on a stand. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, it's better if you can.
Okay.
I think the microphone is being covered. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I
I'm
don't want you to speak too much and then get to it and we can hear you.
Gotcha. So basically, I was just saying that biblically, the Bible mostly describes or defines man as just strength, right? So then the question is, well, what's strength? Strength can be defined subjectively amongst who you ask. The parts I didn't really agree with what he said was you never met a woman that may do A or B, and that could be so for himself, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I know tons of, well, not tons, but I do know women who hold certain roles. It's what a woman's looking for to satisfy herself, right? And there's certain expectations that a woman may have, and that's why things have changed so much today, because society has conditioned women to have certain levels of expectation, and men have been conditioned to kind of have these new expectations. Um, and so I think a lot of that is shifting. And so it's complicating what really is a true definition of man. But if you just take it back biblically, it really is leadership, strength. Bless you, that's my dog. Leadership, strength, and and that's really what it is. What a man does to define strength and leadership can be subjective based on what the woman is looking for.
If anybody want to ask any questions, feel free to as well.
Amp chomping at the bit, so you gotta
No,
go first.
no. I was just looking. What's up, Stan? How you? Everything golden?
Everything is golden here.
Indeed. What she's looking for. Why does that matter?
Because that's what will keep longevity in any relationship. So I always say a man and a woman both need to be able to use each other. If I can't use you, then where's your purpose? Just the same
Sure.
as if a man can't use me, then what's my purpose? So
Indeed. But so I guess my question is like, you're talking about men, right? Leadership, strength, right? Those things present pretty consistently, you know. So if men define those traits, how is she supposed to say, "Oh, I'm not looking for this," or "I am looking for this," right? Because those are male centric things. She don't know enough about them to see if she likes it or not, right? And that comes from how she was brought up, maybe, right? To properly discern how a man presents. I think she get herself into trouble talking about what she like or don't like, what she looking for or not looking for in regards to a man. The man has strength, leadership, wisdom. She should be, right, just like you said, biblically speaking, in line with that man.
yes, that's so, but it also goes back to what the other gentleman was saying with how how women are being raised, how men are being raised, the father figure that they have in their lives, and then same for the women, what they define as male for what they saw in their upbringing. And it can work both ways. You can have a male figure in your life and say that's absolutely what I do not want to have because maybe he wasn't a good male figure, or you may say that's exactly what I want to have because he was a positive. But either way, it conditions the woman and or man to have a mindset of what their now new expectation is of what they want to have and or be.
Yeah, and that's why I think you're 100% right, which is also the issue that we all get to subjectively create what we think a standard is for the opposite sex.
Yeah, that's why it's changing today because
Can I interject real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think listening to you, I think where I took just a little point of contention was you saying like new expectations. So men don't have new expectations. I mean, just by and large, right? We don't have new expectations. I always use the saying, the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know what? Every version of man that a woman has ever conjured up in her mind exists today. The man that stays home and takes care of the kids, the man that is traditional, the man that goes to work all day and only focuses on his job, the man that washes her feet and baby please and I'm a simp for her, all of that. And the divorce rate is at the highest level in history. So I don't really think that a woman can conjure up what type of relationship she wants in her mind and it work out to be something. Because when she really starts telling the world what she don't like about that man, she's always telling him something traditional, meaning that she would have always wanted him. She would have stayed with him if he did not acquiesce to her demands and he remained a traditional man. Now, I don't really have statistics for this, but I guarantee you of the marriages that do work out, they take a more traditional model. The man is the head of the household. The woman gets to be unwaveringly feminine, right? The kids turn out better. They get better grades and all that type of stuff. Anytime you try to change the biblical order of things, it serves no purpose other than boosting a woman's ego. It does not serve the man. It does not serve the children. It does not serve the woman in the long
run. Is it okay if I provide something to that? I don't know if I agree, and I'm just looking at my background and my relationship, and then those that I've seen around me, and it's really what fits you and that person you're with. So my husband and I, we kind of have a non-traditional where it's not quite what you were saying. Where it follows, there are protocols that we follow. We say the old school method, the old school way. I'm an old school parent when it comes to mothering and the children, right? So and he's had some old school, but the way where it's man is the head of the household, and this is yes, he's the head of the household.
Your mic stand is doing the revert like the.
I got to keep it up here. I'm sorry. Um, when it comes to protecting and so forth, but there's a it has to be an agreed balance. So where someone will come in and say, "Hey, why does you handle things this way in your household, financially or not financially or whatever it is?" That's what works in your household. So I think you just have to have a understanding and be in agreement, whatever that is. Because there's several.
Yeah.
Oh, young lady, the lady who married her husband, and he lives over here and she lives over there. She's an actress, I forget, and it's very non-traditional. But they've been married 25, whatever many years, and
Yeah, that's usually because the man is gay. If I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah,
Um,
let's jump to
Marcus,
DJ.
let me just can I just say this, and then I know Marcus is about to get in. I just want to
No, okay, go ahead.
rebut to her point. Every time I hear like y'all do that, where you say do your own thing, you actually talking about your marriage is traditional. You said your husband is the head of household. That's it.
yep,
It's more traditional than it is non-traditional, right? So it's inflexible in that manner, right?
yeah,
Meaning that he is the likely the one. If he was absent, the house wouldn't be the same. The children wouldn't turn out the same. So that I get what you're saying, like, but that nuance that you're talking about is called marriage.
yeah.
But your house is a traditional household.
You're very right. That's true.
Yeah, I know we got a lot of powerful male voices, so I want to make sure we go to the females as quickly as possible too. So DJ La Bonita, and then Lady Dow from there, Sierra, and then Dana, and I'll go in.
Personally, I'm gonna stick to the traditional way of what God said to be a man, but I can never personally who I am. I can never tell a man what to be. I love to find my man, and I love to get to know that man. I love the man that I meet face to face. Then I will analyze him in that space. I do not carry the weight of wondering my man need to be this, he need to be that. You ain't a man if you're this. You ain't a man if you're that. I cannot carry that. I was not raised like that. I never seen my mother, my aunties, my grand. No, I never seen nobody doing that to men. So in the space of me and the social media stuff, and I hear it all the time, it's not something I align with. I can't tell a man to be a man at all. So if it's not the order of what God is, and I can reference a biblical version of it. Otherwise, every man to me is different. Every man has a different destiny. I'm aligned with what Stan said in the space, in a sense. You can do the biblical way, but I mean, that's not the order of which people get married. They're not saving their virginity, finding a wife and marrying them. They're now adding courting and dating and all this other stuff. So it's confusion. So what I'm saying is, even those relationships that matched up, it had to be both of them wanting something out of each other, which is what Stan said. And so I'm in totally agreement with that, because every man is different. But DJ Hamp might have something in him. Very well, he's a man. Damien might have something with you. Very well, you're a man too, but it might be two different things. Same with Mike, same with Mike. Trigger Mike and the other Mike. And it's just like, I just don't think that it's just like, oh, you're a man, I'm a woman, we're getting married. No, we have to flow, we have to vibe, we have to literally have something for one another to connect. And for me, it's generally show up for the man that you are. And if that man aligns, not saying I have a list, but if you align with the energy of which I'm trying to connect to you with, then we'll work. But you're still a man. I cannot define you. You be a man. You be the best version of yourself every day of your life. I digress.
So
Basically you're saying, like, I'm just saying, if a man came up to you and he wasn't showing like the strength, I know that word was crossed in this conversation. He wasn't showing you the type of strength, like that are you looking for a man that has strength? Because I feel like the definition of a man has kind of the opposite of what women have. So even though you're looking for someone to vibe with and connect with, you still looking for male characteristics though. And then with those characteristics that you don't have, then you could see if you could vibe and connect with them. But go ahead.
So you're saying women don't have strength?
We have a different type of strength. So like men can't push out kids, right? So we're strong in different ways. Men
Correct.
possess ways like basically if you fight a man, you're not gonna win because they have a certain type of strength that we just don't have. It's just not, we're not built like that. So us punching him and him punching us is two different things. Unless you was trained, and still different. You have to be trained. But
Yeah, but strength, but you said strength, so I'm just giving the dynamics of strength.
Yeah.
There's several different strengths.
Yeah. No, I'm saying
Right.
strength of a man and then strength of a woman.
Correct.
You ever
But
had a man punch you before?
Punch me?
I'm not saying like, I'm sorry, domestic violence type. I'm just saying like y'all
No.
messing around,
No,
nah,
I don't play like that.
Okay, so that's why you don't know the difference. Okay.
No. You're no. Don't tell me what I don't know. You tell you what you do with a man. You're looking for these things. Don't tell me I need to look for these things. I said I just don't need to list them down for a man. When I meet Hamp, I don't need to tell Hamp. I need to make sure you're strong, you got strength, you're able to protect me, you're able to provide for me, you're able to do this, you're able to do that. What I said is I'm interested in the connection.
Yeah, but that
so then but right, but
about the definition of a man, right? So that's what we're talking about right now. You're saying you don't care about those things, but that's what the conversation is about.
I didn't say I don't care. What I said is I don't need to wear them to tell a man on a platform what he needs to be, because I'm not a dictator of the man that he is. Every man is different.
I know.
That's what
agree.
I said.
I agree that every man is different, but I do expect him to be strong.
So based on that, I'm not going with a kit and a list that every man needs to fit, because some men you will meet and they might be broken down so bad, they might have just got out of a marriage and they don't have strength right now. But you need to just connect and worry about being a woman and stop trying to control a man and tell him what he needs to be. Because all men aren't even there. All men aren't even ready to protect and provide all the time. So what I'm saying is build the connection. And then if it aligns with your spirit, your discernment, then all those things will come if that's the man for you. If you're looking for a strengthful man, you're going to feel it if he's not strengthful for you. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean that I don't understand what strength is. It means that I'm just not pressuring a man with a handbook in the space of this is what you need to be. Because if he's not one of those things, then he's not a man. No. Because he might be a man for his children, just not the man for you.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. It's just that when you're dating, right? So when I was dating, I'm not saying I had like, you have to have these 12 things. If you don't have them, I'm not dating you. I understand that every man is going to be different. I was just saying, for the topic of the conversation, there are certain things that women should look for in a man, just like men are looking for things in women that they don't, things that they don't carry. There's certain things that probably top 3 that men, you must have these 3 things. So that's all I was talking about. Now, physical strength, mental strength, that's all different. But what I wanted to say about the video is that I didn't like the example she made about comparing that we all should get back to how it is in the wilderness, animals and all of that. Because when you think about some animals, and I know she mentioned hyenas and Trigger Mike and y'all discussed that, but I thought about a lion and a lioness, right? Lioness, female lion, they hunt. I know women ain't trying to be doing all that laborious type of work. Secondly, they are due to stay at home with their kids. That's what they're supposed to do. A lot of women ain't trying to do that. And at first I didn't think it was that bad until COVID happened. And I heard so many women complaining about, oh, I have to be with my kids. I got to teach my kids. I got to do all of these things. I hear even stay-at-home moms complaining that they're a stay-at-home mom. And I'm like, it's so weird to me because y'all created a family that you don't want. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be the first person that taught your kid how to tie their shoe. I'm just saying all the little things. You rather send your kid to daycare and have them crawl and walk. I know certain things are going to be, I have to send my kid to daycare because I got to work and pay bills. I get that. But for the ones that are at home, they complain about it. They don't have to go to work. The bills are taken care of, but they still want to be outside. So using that as an example is weird because I know for a fact that lady probably is not trying to do all that. Secondly, lions, they mess around with a whole bunch of different, I'm using women, but a whole bunch of different female lioness. They have a lot of different mothers and all these, you know what I'm saying, like women, if you want to put it like that. A lot of women that not trying to live in that lifestyle. They're trying to be monogamous. So her example is kind of weird. So I think she probably should have used something else. I think she's probably just trying to say we should be more traditional. I guess that's kind of what it was coming from. But I just don't like when people speak about things they don't know, because you're going to use animal in a broad spectrum. You need to know mostly about animals and what most animals do instead of comparing us to them and saying this is how we should live, because it just it's not, I can't really believe anything that she says now out of her mouth. But that's all I have.
All right. From you, it's Damien and then Sierra.
Yeah. So, I mean, my first thing is, I think as humans, we need to stop trying to live in the social media aspect of what a relationship should be. You know, everybody's different. Every relationship is different. Every relationship has its own dynamics. You
Damien,
know,
you got
if
something playing in the background?
oh shoot, sorry, I got the game playing in the background. My
Game.
bad. Sorry. I don't know how much you heard, but I was saying I think everybody should have their own idea of what they want their relationship to be, and when they meet their partner, they should have that conversation instead of trying to live up to what an expectation of somebody on stage or somebody in these videos or somebody claiming to be relationship experts or somebody claiming to be marriage experts is not married, not in a relationship, they're single as hell, you know, trying to get relationship advice. You know, what works for you? You know, are you traditional? Your part of traditional? Do y'all do traditional gender roles that would happen in the past, or are both of y'all going out hustling? Both of y'all doing the same thing. Both of y'all are on the equal level. Y'all both working towards a common goal. You know, you should have that conversation instead of trying to live up to a standard that who knows what that standard is. And people go back, well, my grandparents were married for 50 years. Probably, but your granddaddy probably had 4 or 5 marriages, 4 or 5 children from 4 or 5 different women. So is that what you want? Or, you know, my parents been, you know, together for 30 years. Yeah, but they probably fought for 20 of them. And they stayed together. They didn't break up. They just stayed together and went through it. So, you know, everybody's trying to live into somebody else's expectation instead of just going and walking in your own expectation and just going and walking in your way, and what makes your relationship successful and what makes it work for you two and not the other two that's sitting outside on the outside looking in. That's what I got.
Yeah, appreciate that. It's on you, Sierra, and then I'll jump in after you.
Honestly, I'm glad to follow up on that. I have to agree with a lot of what he just said. I also think that, you know, we expect tradition and we don't even live in a traditional society anymore. You know, there's so many things that have changed about what traditional relationships used to look like and what the economy looked like in those times. And I think that when we think about what traditional relationships look like, it's often the American dream. And I think that, you know, we have to hone in, especially as Black people, and remember that their dream is not our dream and their tradition is not going to look like our tradition. And so not only that, but then we're also dealing with the dynamics of different generational traumas, the different dynamics of what people went through, not even just them, but their ancestors too. There's a different levels of like abuse that was happening on during slavery that, you know, is held residually through your lineage, and there's things that affect people, right? So that's where like a lot of these mental health illnesses stem from as well. And so when we think about, all the dynamics, and then we also put in, modern society and then technology, and we think about, what dating looks like and what getting into relationships looks like and what marriage looks like nowadays, trying to put a definition on what a man or what manhood should look like is really difficult because there's so much going on now. When I think about tradition, I really do struggle to even, envision what tradition would look like in today's society, because to me, as a 27-year-old social worker who sees a lot of the struggles that very, very low income and marginalized communities experience, I also think that, there's just so many things that are going on that, like, we cannot try to define how a person should behave, because there's so many things that we don't know. Not only that, but how that person processes things. There's so many underlying and undiagnosed, like, issues within the community, whether it is like mental health disorders or heart and health conditions, chronic conditions within our communities. I think that when we think about the struggles, and I actually was really intrigued by the strength conversation that we were having, because when I think about a man, yeah, I do think about strength, but I also think about, what happens when that man is the person who's injured and in a wheelchair for 3 months, and now we have to go through rehab. And, am I going to be woman enough, and do I have the tools and the resources and the knowledge from my man and from this relationship to be able to hold this shit down? And so I think that when we think about what manhood is, we have to think about who this man is, what they've been through, what their family dynamic is, what their lifestyle is, and truly, all the dynamics of what makes a person. And to define that is just not fair to anybody.
Okay, that's fair enough. All right,
This
so
year.
to piggyback off, so I'm gonna piggyback off of that, because that you touched on a lot of decent concepts. I pretty much agree with the majority of what you all said. But I'm torn between two things. One, a framework has to exist for a form of masculinity to have some form of a standard that you can rely on. This is what you're getting when it comes to being a man. But there also has to be wiggle room within that to allow humanity to exist. But when I think about the dangers of someone else defining your manhood, we just was talking about Rampage Jackson's son. That's an example of some, like, having an expectation set by someone else for you that you may not live up to, and the struggles and the challenges that come with that. He just crashed out on live stream and potentially put himself in a situation where he might be doing a whole lot of year. And I think about all the other examples when trying to live up to the expectation of other people will have you doing the thing that's the worst for you, hoping to receive the acceptance and credit from someone else. So there has to be an equal balance where you understand the basis of being a man, but at the same time, you operate in what's true to you and what's best for your life as a man, whether that be who you date, the job, profession you get into, but while still maintaining integral pieces like integrity, courage, some form of perseverance, whatever your independent leadership style looks like, and just not giving up. A lot of those things need to be in the cornerstones of manhood. But yeah, it's so many other examples of someone else letting someone define a definition of manhood that can send you down. Matter of fact, if I listen to, like, in the earlier comments on the streams, like way back in the beginning, if I listen to everything the man told me, I'd probably be getting a divorce, fighting with my wife every day. Because when I was saying basic stuff about how I appreciated it and had love, I was called a simp. So if I allowed them to define that for me, then I'd be saying crazy stuff about her just to you know what I'm saying, appease the other people's opinion. You got to stand on your own at some point as a man. So yeah, that's what I got for that. JR, you got the next Lady O, did you go? Well, I'm sorry. I would have went after you if I realized that. My apologies. It's all on you.
All right. Hello. Good evening, everyone. manhood. That's it's definitely subjective. Um, I just believe number one, a man, he what I define manhood is definitely somebody is a follower of Christ. That's just like number one for me. Outside of a good work ethic, um, and he takes accountability for things that he's done wrong. Um, it's not about finances for me, which I haven't heard that from anyone, but that's just what I hear in the world. You know, they determine a man on how much money he make. Um, yeah, that's not what I determine a man to be. Um, I think a man could be a private person. Um, I don't know. I think it's so subjective, and I think that we have all these ideas of what a man is and a real man is, and you really don't know until you get in that situation with a man. Like, and if you're married, you know, it's really tough. It's really to say, yeah, I need me a strong man, and he don't cry, and he always gonna make good money, and that's just not. I don't determine that as being a man. It's just I just don't. So I don't know. I think number one, he's gonna be a follower of God. That's just that's just my biggest right there. He's not a follower of God. I don't consider that. I'm not saying he's not a man because if he's born with the ding ding, he's a man. But yeah, I just think that's very subjective on what we determine a manhood, what we determine a man is, and a real man. So yeah.
That's fair enough. Let me read these super chats and then we're gonna jump into the next video. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the 50 ball. TMBR, stand up. This might be risky. Stand up. Salute, hemp. Salute. High string TV. I don't know what the letter's supposed to mean. Maybe High Street GTV with the $10. TMBR in a herd. Salute my brother Hemp and panel. Salute. You know what that how I'm supposed to pronounce that, Hemp?
Yeah, that's my man. That's Tokyo 4 in the building, man. Appreciate you, my brother.
What up, Joe? You killing on the DJ side.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you got the video prepped up, JR? You had something?
Yeah, we have a couple points of contention, I think. I think the lack of accountability and making everything subjective, right? I think people don't want to be held accountable, right? If you have a community, which is a group of families, and then we all have different standards, that's not a community, right? I take exception with Damien and talking about a marriage and then using the word partner. My wife is a wife, and that's a title of prestige. I would never water that down by calling her a partner ever, right? She earned that. That's what she's supposed to be. Imagine me introducing her like, hey, this is my partner. It don't make any sense, right? These terms are already predefined. We don't get to perverse them, and that's what's happening a lot of the time every time we use possessive pronouns. And another thing that doesn't make sense to me is when we keep saying it's something new under the sun. Says who? I keep hearing people talking about the Bible, talking about Proverbs 31, but she was working her ass off. So that's why I get confused about what's so different from now and then. Everybody was putting in pain, and the leader was still the leader. I'm done. Okay.
That's fair. Anybody disagree with that?
I think what's different is women work now. And so
that's what I was saying. They were working in Proverbs too. That's what I'm saying. They were working in Proverbs also. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but were they leaving? Were they leaving as they're leaving now in Proverbs?
Everything.
Yeah, they were going. She was going out the house, selling. She was pitching.
They were entrepreneurs.
She was on the corner getting busy.
You mean leaving by divorce or leaving by working?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No. I'm saying that's what's different, like in the space of America.
Well, I read them on that. The thing is, it's not that they weren't divorcing, because they did divorce back then too. It's just that somebody was usually unaliving more, either because their lifespan was shorter. the average lifespan of a man at one point was about 25. You can go look it up. They were either, or the woman was dying in childbirth. So that's why that's what happened. But so they were divorcing as well.
No.
Can I just address the whole partner issue? I don't know why this is such a hard concept for people to get, but I think it's because we define words by how we feel and not what they actually mean. Because in the definition of a partner, the very first one is either of a pair of people engaged together in the same activity, which would be married people. The second definition, either member of a married couple or of an established unmarried couple. It's the same thing. So when people say partner, it's literally just another name for your spouse, your husband, your wife. These words can be used interchangeably. It's not a disrespect to your person. It is actually their title. They are your partner. So you know, people don't have to like the word, but by definition, that's exactly what you are to those people. So we have to get out of our feelings about what that word feels like to us and what it actually means.
But I thought partner was for the LGBT.
It's not.
But
long before.
All right. So here's my point of contention. Hold on. Here's my point of contention. You took a complete the same definition you just read is made up. Why should I believe it? Because Merriam-Webster's dictionary said it.
The definition of wife and husband is made up. It's the same.
No. But what I'm saying is it universally agreed upon? And do people not use it contextually or out of context to mean what they want it to mean?
It's the definition.
Hold on. When Hamp said we don't like them using the word partner, they're using it to substitute a word or something they don't want to align with anymore, right? We are not partners. That's the same thing as saying we're not equals. So they say partners to equalize with us. So contextually, people can use it however they want to, no matter what the definition is.
No, that's definitely not how I was using the word partner. I was using it in that definition sense of we're two individuals working for a common goal. So when you're business partners, you're two people working for a common goal. When you're dance partners, you're two people working for a common goal. You know, that's the way I'm using. I wasn't diminishing the wife title, husband title. You guys are partners because y'all are working towards a goal.
No, that's my husband and I'm his wife. That's it.
Yeah.
Meaning, like you mentioned in business, right? Obviously, the title for that will be partner, because what else is the other title? But when you're married, it's husband, wife, children. Like there's names here. So that's why I'm saying partner, from what I remember, was brought up in that community where they weren't married at a time, and now they're saying this is my partner.
Now
they're able to get married. Like
in Genesis,
paperwork
Genesis 2 and Genesis 2 in Genesis 2 verse 18, it said God established a need for partnership by creating Eve as a partner for Adam. That's one.
Which translation book is that?
That is let me see, which one is this here?
Because all translations, they use different
words. There's like 39 versions.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
Let me get my
are we gonna use a translation to define? Oh, it doesn't mean that because that's not the right proper translation.
No, we're not. I was just
but you got the retorts that we're offering to the pushback are improper, right? And so when I was speaking to Damien, my brother, right, I said I take exception with it simply because when you're in a marriage, right, you are a husband and a wife, right? I understand terms are used colloquially, right? Partner would be one of them. I simply reject that premise because of the prestige of being a husband and being a wife, you see. So we got to be very careful in the language that we use. I think we're usually too casual as a people too, Damien. You know what I mean? Like I see you at your job. Oh, what's up, brother? Right? Well, how about sir? Well, how about sir? You see what I mean? So I just see it in that way, and I just want to make sure that I push that forward. You see what I mean? I understand the definition of words. However, words have impact, and that's why I'm very careful to use specific ones depending on how they fit. That's all.
Now, this is a verse from the Bible. Okay, this is my woman's study Bible. Okay, right here. This is saying.
That's why it says partner.
This is saying, and the Lord God said, "It is not good for man to be alone. So I will make him a helper comparable to him. That is what this is what the Bible said. Now this is just what the AI overview or whatever, they broke it down to two. And see, they put the partnership in this, compare, the partner.
Yeah.
So I just think
Yeah.
that it's I think it's
Helper.
you
Do you
as a
think?
like I think you, Mr. JD, it's totally fine. Like I think we so caught up in the word. You don't want to say your wife is a partner. That is totally fine. I wouldn't, um be all upset or it's just like a big deal. You don't want to refer your wife as a partner.
Well, I think
Is your
this,
wife and you're her husband. And I think that
that,
is totally fine,
yes, ma'am.
but we have really taken that word and we're just like, oh, we're a partner, we're a partner. Yes, you're joining together in partnership as far as you working together for really God wants both of you to be partnership with him. That's basically what he wants y'all to do. That word is used when it comes down to following God.
So,
But I'm sorry.
Dr.
I
Lady,
would
how
say,
are
I
you?
would say that,
Oh, my bad, Damien. I just want to,
real quick.
Damien. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, real quick. I just want to say this before we get into that. I use the word partner in this casual conversation, but if I was married, I would never go out and be like, man, this is my partner right here.
Right,
So we go.
exactly.
No, it'll be my wife. I'm just using it in casual conversation because
Yeah.
you know,
Now, Damien,
Right.
that's why I knew we was on the same page. That's why
yeah,
I even said we be too casual with things often.
yeah,
Dr.
Right.
Lady,
yeah.
the reason why she called out the Bible in which was being used because you're reading a transliteration. So it's a translation of an already translated book, chapter, verse, right? So
Mhm.
if you look at the King James specifically, it goes directly from the Dead Sea Scrolls, Textus Receptus, and the Codex Sinaiticus, right?
Mhm.
And it takes the Hebrew, the Aramaic out of the Daniel Bible, and then the Greek from the New Testament, and then translates it into English. When you use the other versions, there you're looking at the King James and saying, no, I think this means that. So you see, you get further away from the original language. That's all. And so the reason why partner doesn't fit well there is because you read Genesis 2 about her being a helpmeet, right? Which already defines her station, and then furthermore defines it in Genesis 3, verse 18, when she says she'll be in subjection to her husband and he will rule over her.
Mhm.
See, I think that we have to just make sure that we kind of bring it all together so we give everybody the right information. That's all.
But
Yeah.
but I
Well, yeah, for sure. I definitely always do. That's why I read
Yes,
both.
ma'am.
That's why I read both translations. But
I got you.
but the thing is, even when I was married, now I called the guy I was with for a long time. I called him my partner because we were not married. But the man I was married to, he was my husband. I did not
Word.
refer to him as partner. Even now, I didn't say, "Oh, my
Yeah.
partner, the one I have kids with." No, he was the man I stayed
Yeah.
with for 10 years.
Yeah.
So I think that now, because I think that the word partnership, they really just see, the thing is we trying to even out the score, right? We trying to like men and women are equal, like we're really 50-50. That's what they're trying to say.
Oh,
What y'all trying to do, Bo? Yes, it is.
no.
But yes, okay, explain.
When have you ever heard me say that we are equal?
You ain't never said that, Bo.
So what? I don't. Now listen, I understand cognitive dissonance, and I also understand that earwax is a motherfucker with some people in the ears.
Shots
But I
fired.
don't understand what y'all don't understand about the things that come out of my mouth. I have never said that we are equal. What I have said is that biologically, please hear these words, record them, write them down. Biologically, we are more alike than we are different.
The
If
damn
we
thing is
stack
equal.
the biology up against itself, that is what I'm talking about. Socially, we are completely different. We are not equal, period, because of the way we are socialized. It is the truth. That is it. That is all. That has always been my stance. The only thing that I have ever advocated for is not equality, equity. Equity is a thing. It is not the same thing. It does not. Socially, we need equity. Biologically, we don't even need to think about that because there's nothing that we can change there. I don't understand what y'all don't
Equality in what
understand.
ways?
But my whole thing with that is partnership is extremely important. The reason why I use the word partner is because I need my man to know that this is something that we are working together on. We are in a partnership. We have to rely on each other. I hold him up, he holds me up. That is how a partnership works. You work in tandem. But when I was married, my man, my husband, that is it, that is all. Yes, that is his title. That is what he is. But this performative bullshit that we do about these are just prestigious titles, they are not, because people do not treat them as such. We have to think in terms of what those words really mean. People just hear those words and automatically, you are at the top, you are important, you have a prestigious title when you have almost done nothing to earn it. So those that have earned it, absolutely it is a prestigious title. But these husband and wife are things that are just thrown around by people. Left and right, it's performative. So a partnership is much more important. Once you have established a partnership, once you have that solid foundation, I think then and only then you have earned that prestigious title of being a husband or a wife. And listen, go get married and do what you want to do with the titles. I don't give a shit. This is how my mindset is. I think all of it is performative until you have really done the work to establish a partnership.
Partnership is not all
Okay. I know you got something to say, and then we're gonna jump to Stan.
Well, no, I mean she made the concession by saying that they are prestigious titles, in which that's what I was saying, right? And I didn't take exception with Damien. I think him and I are on the same page, right? I think the facetious nature and how she delivers the information tells a little bit more than the information itself, you know. So that's kind of what I'm kind of keen on, you know. But she already made the concession that she agrees they are prestigious titles. She just don't think people have good marriages to be using them in such a way, right? And I can't push back at that, but she don't know everybody's business.
Well,
right?
good marriages
So
is
I'm just going off.
Yeah, we don't know.
Well,
what's
yeah. That's what I'm saying, Lady O. So I can't tell her she wrong. Feel me, right? But I just think that it's unnecessary to act like everybody's doing so poorly, because 50% of us don't get divorced, right? But we keep on harping on the people that do.
Thank
right.
you.
And so when people put that out in the earth, right, I'm responding to it, but I understand why she's taking that walk. I just refuse to walk with her in that way.
Well, so actually, I want to butt in real quick and state. I just want to state the fact about what he just said. The whole 50% divorce rate, if you actually understand and study the statistic about that, you'll know that that study was done on a very small pool of people. And then it was then applied to a larger pool of people. And then literally that was then a trend, essentially. We call it now. But that it's not true. There's not a 50% divorce rate. It's a different percentage. I don't have it right off the bat, so please don't ask me what it is.
Breakdown. Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. One quick thing. First marriages have a 41% divorce rate. Second marriages have a 63% divorce rate, and third marriages have a 73% divorce rate.
So when you look at those statistics, you have to look at who the pool was.
So one and done. That's what you're saying, Lady O?
The first one, you have at the end of the day, you have the better chance to stay married the first time.
So just stop leaving people. That's what you're saying.
So,
just do it.
Again, and when we look at the
divorce rate increase with each marriage.
Y'all be saying real quick. Don't be real quick. Come on, Stan, jump in there, and then y'all can go back to the meta conversation.
I just want before y'all carry to say
pick your phone up, Stan.
To the
you look like you're gonna give it back. Your phone.
You're going in and out, Stan.
DJ Snap?
Nah.
Yeah, we can hear you decently. You probably got an Android. I ain't gonna tell nobody else.
Man. I have
Android is the best thing smoking ever.
No, iPhone.
But nonetheless, I just wanted to say that words have power. My brother, my sister addressed some of the gentlemen on the phone, and you said, "Yes, my brother, my sister," and the reason why I say those have power, when you say that automatically symbolizes respect, unity, compassion to one another. So you say, "My brother," but he's truly not your brother biologically, just like that person may not be my partner in the sense that we're trying to put it in. But at the end of the day, like the Miss I think I totally agree with
You can call me Bo.
I'm sorry, but what is it, ma'am?
You could just say Bo.
Bo. Okay, gotcha. And just like she was saying, if you say this is, we know that that's your husband and your wife, and they have totally different levels of respect, and they also have responsibilities that come with those words, but so does partnership. And so when you coming into something together, when you are standing at the altar and you're coming as a force together, that's still a partnership. That is your wife by definition. That's their title, but the role they play is as your wife, they're also your partner. So my husband, when he addresses me, introduces me to people, he always says, "This is my friend, my partner, my soulmate, my this." Because we can go back and say soulmate. Okay, so what's the difference of a soulmate and a wife? So it's just words. All these words is representations of what that person is to you. But yes, that's still your wife, your husband. Just like that guy is your brother, your friend, your partner. But he may not be by title none of
Yeah.
the above. You might have just
Hey, Stan, real quick. If my wife called me her friend, I'm filing papers on her ass. Okay.
okay.
I don't.
But
Would you appreciate if your husband called you his girlfriend, but when introducing you?
Because I'm my husband's friend and my husband's partner and my husband's all of the above. But yes, and first and foremost, I'm his wife. That's why I think marriage is a losing that. And we've been happily married over 20 years. And
Right.
but we look at that. If I need a friend to lean, I can go to him. He's still my husband first and foremost. That never has changed. That's his title. But as far as the roles that that we play, and that's also again opinionated, right? You may feel
Yeah.
if she says my friend,
Marcus, let me get.
but I'm not saying he's gonna introduce someone and say, "Hey, this is my friend," and that's it. Of course, I'm his wife first. However, as far as how we are to each other, yes, I am his friend. Yes, I.
Right.
So
Well,
why we
that's
keep
basically.
talking about it? If we're not gonna call our spouse these titles, why are we still
Yeah.
talking about this conversation? We're gonna
Let me
call
just sum it
when
up
we're
real quick.
around, but then it's
Let me just sum it up real
Go
quick.
ahead.
So, Bo, you said people don't treat these titles, respectfully. They don't really wear them. And I think we just saw why. You let people play around with things and you don't establish clear rules, then now all of a sudden nothing means nothing. All right. So this is why I've noticed, and I'm just going to sum this up real quick. Women love subjectivity. Men need objectivity. We need to be objective. We need to be binary. This or that, black and white, 1 and 2.
What
Right?
is subjective
Husband.
about what I
Hold
said?
on. Husband and wife. So I noticed throughout this entire conversation is that everything helps you, like most of the women like subjectivity. We like objectivity. And the reason why this is a point of contention with me is because when it's convenient for you, then you will like objectivity. So right now it's like, oh, there's no definition of a man, it's subjective. Well, to any woman that says the definition of a man is subjective, you are no longer allowed to go to a man and say a man is supposed to. Don't ever let that come out of your mouth again, because you're going to define what a man is in that circumstance because of what you expect him to do for you. Maybe it's that you expect him to pay 100% of the bills. Well, a man is supposed to. You're not allowed to say that because it's subjective. Now I get to determine that I don't want to pay bills no more.
Agreed. I agree with that. I don't say what men are supposed to do. I say what people are supposed to do. But no, I don't think. I think that just the term man is a social construct. That's just all it is. So
No.
it is. Listen, you don't have to think. I don't care that you don't think that. I am telling you my ideology. What I'm saying is a man is a person who calls themselves a man, period, point blank. You will not hear me say what a man is supposed to be and supposed to do, because I cannot make that up for you. It is not up to me. I am a woman. I cannot say what you are supposed to do as a man. You make that up for yourself. I can't say that. And I don't think any woman should say what a man is supposed to do. Now, you can say what you would like for your man to do for you, but no, you cannot make up manhood for any man, period. So, yeah, you are right. I completely agree with you.
All right, Martin Deja with the 499. Most of what a man is comes down to things of the mind. Those things manifest into fruits such as money, creations, hard work, strong family effort. All right, Mondasia again with the 199. Bo, you are correct on partner. Mondasia with the 499. Husband and wife / partner, same thing definitionally. Y'all just don't like how the word feels. Mondasia again with the 199. It's also okay to say gays use it, so I don't. Mondasia with the 499. Lady O, you can't smooth replace partner and helper, then fast talk after so they can't catch it. That's disingenuous. Laugh out loud. Marcus Evans with the 5. Salute to you, bro. What up to some of the good people on the panel? What up to the bull brother, brother Hemp, Trigger Mike, Lady Di, Lady O are the only ones solid. All right, well.
I don't know what that other person talking about. I read something from AI, and then I read something from the Bible, and I just, I don't know what they talking about. I just, whatever.
Which one called us a partner? The Bible or the AI?
Yeah, it was an AI overview. That it was basically a translation of it, but I actually wrote the actual definition from the Bible, from this study Bible that I have. That's what I was doing. So I didn't try to make a distinction out of it. I don't give a shit what you call your damn selves. I don't really care.
Yeah, I got smoke with Marcus Evans now.
Yeah, fucking goofy asses.
All right, you got the video ready, Jay?
Think about how men are addressed when it comes to dating. So if a man isn't performing for a woman in a certain way, there's terms that kind of eat at his masculinity. Like when we get into like fuckboy, right? Where it's probably not as much reciprocal as when we talk to women. It's not that, well, we do that with women too. We'll call her masculine. Do you think it's fair that we do that cross-questioning of a woman's femininity by calling her masculine, and then women do it to men a lot too, sassy, fuckboy, whatever, because they're not performing well for us during dating?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think the issue is that most men don't require much from women at the beginning. For most men, for the average man, all she has to do is be beautiful. And that's enough for him to want to entertain her if he has a certain goal attached to that beauty. For a lot of times for women have a different expectation for men. When she meets a man, immediately he's supposed to be able to show that he has the ability to provide by paying for this meal. Right? You're not going to get a woman that's going to cook you a meal from the jump most often, right? And there are some things that are associated with that, right? Like safety inside the home and different things like that, right? But I mean, you're not going to find that men are requiring women to do anything other than be.
I don't know.
That's how we got here, because I don't necessarily use that dialogue when we talk about like sassiness, but the whole trope comes from, and this is where you see the whole trend, like, you want some lip gloss? Because that's how you acting. Because when you saying, oh, the phone works both ways, that's that shit we talking about. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's the sassy behavior that women, so you do have the expectation, because now there are men that are expecting you to do the work, you to call, you to plan a date, you to say, oh, well, you didn't call me, you didn't call me either. So that's how we got the sassy dialogue, is because men are expecting things for women, and women are like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? That's how we got there. And again, I don't use that trope necessarily, but I think to Nate's point that there are men that are expecting, and to us it is becoming feminine, because that's not what real men do.
And the actual wording, the labeling of different things, I think is important, because it's a biological thing. We all see something and label it as either good or bad. So calling something sassy, that means I don't like it. And you're just telling your brain, I don't like that. So there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like when you say it out loud, you know, if you see something like, yo, that's some corny stuff, just don't say it, just think it. You know, it's like when you, because when you say it, now you're insulting another person. And what is the point of insulting another person unless you mean to insult another person?
I think it boils down to, though, like the story that you're telling behind the action. All right, a man gets emotional about something that you say. Is that sassy? Is that, you need some lip gloss? Because nothing means nothing. It's always the stories that we attach to it.
Yeah.
Nothing means nothing we attach stories to it. So what makes this man sassy, and what story have you attached to it to make it so? Because it ain't intrinsically sassy. I got my nails done the other day. I got like a buff on them. It was kind of glossy. Am I sassy? You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, hey, I want to make sure that, I'm well groomed, smell good, take a good bath. Does that make me metrosexual? I mean, there are stories that we put to stuff. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing that I think we got to ask ourselves. What am I making this mean?
But it's a context, though. Like, if a guy operates a certain kind of way, his behavior is a certain kind of way, it could be looked at as sassy. And we got to call that sassy.
Good, for example.
A guy gets on social media because his baby mama got on social media and he's just going back and forth with his baby mama. That's sassy, because at the end of the day, like, shut up. Like, let the women just, do all the little talking or whatever, and you sit back and just, don't say nothing. I think that's sassy.
I feel like a lot of people don't have these problems with people that they really like.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you don't like that person, yeah, you got a voice, hey, you being sassy, or hey, you doing this, or you need to do this, or you need to that. You don't have those problems with people you actually are interested in. You actually want to pursue, you actually want to impress. I don't seem to have no problems with men who want to actually be with me. I feel like you need to want somebody that wants you back.
It could be a level of control.
Well,
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it.
Can I please say something about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing that always pisses me off with women is that word, that sassy word. What is sassy about a man wanting the same treatment that a woman wants? What is sassy about a man calling out the fact that you are not putting in effort and expecting him to put in all of the effort? I can't understand that. Also, what is sassy about a man having emotions? Men get mad, men get all in their feelings. It's a thing that humans do. And I don't like when women call men sassy, just like I don't like when men call women masculine. I'm not a man and he is not a woman. You just don't like the things that they are displaying, and just say that. But saying sassy and calling them women as if it's an insult. Being a woman is not an insult. Me being me is not an insult. A man being a man is not an insult. So using it on a woman should not be an insult. We give these terms these stupid meanings, and now we want to label them. We're using gendered traits as insults for each other, and I think it's counterproductive and stupid. Just call it what it is. And also take accountability for the fact that you're not putting in no effort. If you're dating a man, the effort goes both ways. That man should be pursuing you, but you should also be pursuing that man. Check up on him. See how he doing. Maybe you do plan a date. Like, what's wrong with that?
They don't. You're right. I feel like it's a spoiled epithet. Like, you ain't getting your way, so you gotta launch something that to try to hurt the man or to hurt the person because you're not getting what you want, and he's actually putting some accountability on you that you don't want to do. You just want to sit back and fat cat and reap the benefits of what he can provide for you. And since you can't get it your way, you're sassy. Okay. At that point, you call me sassy, you might as well go and cancel Christmas on that one. I'm just gonna walk my sassy ass back to my house and sit down somewhere. Then, if that's how we're gonna roll with that, we can't have an intelligent adult conversation between the two of what the expectations are, because I don't want to spend $300 on you. No, I don't even know you. I don't even like you like that yet. I don't know if you're worth me spending that type of money on you yet. Let's start small and build our way up. Now you become, my steady lady, my wife. Now I can fly you out. We can fly together. I spoil you with this, I spoil you with that, and all this kind of stuff. But we just meeting. This is day 3, and I don't want to spend that on you. You call me sassy? Cool. I'll take my sassy ass home then.
But they want that on day one. You said day 3.
Yeah, I know. Look, I was just trying to be. I was just trying to be,
I know you trying to be nice, huh?
Yeah, I was trying to be nice. That's it.
I feel
You
like there's
know.
several reasons that people say sassy. I do know. Put your finger just put up the number 1 if you're in Atlanta.
Oh, I'm in Atlanta. Yeah.
Women.
Yeah, hey.
Where the other women? Okay. Wait,
DMV.
Stan is gone. Okay. Kaya's gone. But Damien, no, we talk about this a lot. um y'all definition, by y'all's definition, and I hear Bo. I think I want to say it probably came from Atlanta. Um and it just spread it across the internet. Bo gave certain things that weren't sassy. I agree. I don't agree Atlanta is sassy, but but I don't agree that a lot of things that people's definitions of sassy are sassy. Those things aren't sassy. Going to nail shop's not sassy. Grooming yourself is not sassy. Taking care of your skin is not sassy. Using a skin treatment of a facial regimen is not sassy. But there are things that happen in Atlanta with men that made a lot of men here sassy. So in the space, it's like it's a fine line in between what sassy is, but I think there's several different definitions for sassy. But I just don't think it's a mature word to even use anyway to describe somebody. So
I feel like saying sass is like calling a man a bitch.
yeah, yeah,
You know, the fighting words.
yeah.
Now I gotta break your nail because now we got to squabble. I can't hit you. So I'm just
See
gonna take
now,
your
are
nail and
men?
break your nail off.
But Damien,
You
but
know?
are women really calling men them to their face, or are they just
Yes.
talking about them?
You know they call it. I've been called sassy, and I had to.
Really?
I lost myself that day. You know, because we was having a conversation, and I was like, I expect a reciprocal type of environment. First time we get to know each other, great, but at some point, I'm a expect something, reciprocal, not sex and like, but you playing something. You get to know me too. And she said, see, that's why you mean all you 50-50 men want to blah blah blah. And I lost myself, and I almost said the B word. I don't disrespect, but I was like, bitch, I done bought 2 women houses. My ex-wife living in the house. I built her ass. And I left her in the house. Didn't fight her for it, and she didn't have to worry when she chose to. So I took care of her. I ain't sassy, but I'm not. Like I said earlier, I'm not gonna take care of you, and I don't even know if I like you right now or not. And that was that. So yeah, they're using that
Okay.
term out there.
Wow, I didn't know that. And yeah, I thought it was more or less like people just will describe, like if I'm talking to Bo, like it's women to women, like, girl, he was sassy or something. I didn't think that it was more or less on a platform where you guys are on dates and women are like, you sassy.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So y'all don't hear the word sassy used in regular day to day life?
I
Nobody.
don't.
I
Man, you
definitely
don't hear that
don't.
word. No, you don't hear that
Nobody
word nowhere.
ain't using that
I don't hear
word. Not in
that.
my world.
I see it
Not in
all
my
over there.
world. And I don't watch reality TV, so no.
I
Yeah,
only hear it on social media. I
that's
don't
it. That's where it come
Yeah,
from.
that's what
see where
that's
they're
what I'm
using that
saying. So
word
it's shocking
from.
to me that you guys are actually getting physical women in person saying you're sassy. That's wild
Like
to
in
me.
your face. That's crazy.
Most of the time I heard it was when like a man is like sharing his opinion and his voice might be a little bit too hype. Now all of a sudden he's sassy, but I'm like, women want men to communicate with them and be honest. Okay, well that's what he's doing. Now he's sassy. Like what do you want? You want him to not say anything and now your relationship is going to go down the hill, or you want to have that conversation and you guys try to figure that out?
So Di, let me just add to what you said. You said women want men to communicate with them now. They want men to agree with them. That's when you get called sassy. So a man expressing his opinion, alternative, that is different than that of a woman is open to any type of attack after that. In my
Thanks.
personal opinion, the black men in particular, we gotta learn. All other men deal with this by not dealing with it at all. They just do not engage in certain types of conversation with their women. I actually applaud black men for trying so hard to like force that square peg through a round hole, but it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work because I think more than any other man on earth, and you can actually look by the way the homes is set up and all of that, black men try to collaborate with their women more than any other man on earth. You see what I'm saying? We don't bother y'all about going to school. Shit, we pay for school for y'all. We do all type of stuff. We are the literal definition of a man who is trying to equalize for his woman, but every time we try to do that, we get disrespected. That's because you'll accept our money, you'll accept the roof over your head, you'll accept anything from us except our opinion about your behavior. So it's like, okay, right when you have to deal with that equality and you start getting that male energy back and forth, you're not going to like it because men and women are inherently, or like Bo said, socially different. I do not think like you. Right. So when I'm giving you my opinion on the way I want the kids to be raised, and since I'm the head of this household, I kind of take dominion over that. You're going to start giving me pushback. You're going to start giving me social attacks, and you're going to try to shame me into submission because you can't physically put me in submission. So we really got to change that. That's a call to action for men to be like, just stop engaging in certain conversations with your woman, right? If you need advice, go talk to your homeboys, the other husbands, the other men with women issues, and ask them how they did it. Because if you try to process that with your woman and treat her like an equal in that regard, she will disrespect you every time. So how many times do we need to keep up banging our heads against the same wall till we bleed, till we realize that that's not what we should be doing?
That stuff should be established to me in a relationship. The problem is people keep doing that in a marriage and they wonder why, divorce is high. Things need to be done and had a set standard or whatever in the beginning. This is what I expect. This is what I would like. Let's see if we could practice that. It's like, I don't think stuff is being practiced. It's just like, oh, let's get married. Cool. We're going to go do that. Let's have the fancy wedding, have the fancy cars, all that stuff. And then, all right, we're doing life. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah. We did it to ourselves as men, right? We let too much shit slide. We acquiesce. You know what I mean? We don't have a standard for her depending on how pretty she is. She can get it off. And she been getting it off with men before she got to you, right? And then you make concessions, you turn red flags into yellow flags, and then we'd be surprised about the modus operandi that we have to deal with in our relationship, right? I'm not letting shit slide. Nothing, right? I don't even want you to think you can get that off with me. You know what I mean? Now, does it always work? Hell no, right? You're dealing with autonomous beings, right? But you got to start at that point. You know what I mean? And then oftentimes, once everything settles, you meet at a point that's palatable for all people in the relationship. You know, we don't ask for enough for women, right? Be pretty, right? Ask her for 10 things. She can fake one thing for sure, but she ain't gonna be able to fake all 10. Oftentimes we get faked out because we only asking for 1 or 2 things from her, right? Ask for everything, and if she can uphold that standard, I think everything will be golden. I'm done.
Yeah. So online is where I normally hit on SASSY. I haven't seen it like occur in person. I was trying to rack my mind. I couldn't think of an example, but I see it all the time on the panel. Like Trigger Mike said, I think it's normally when the men disagree with the women. Whenever it's a different thought process, the SASSY gonna jump out. And to his point, I think that men would not have a lot of these experiences if they set their standard and just walked away. You don't got to fight with her. You don't got to argue with her. Once you say, hey, this is what I want, you're not going to do it and leave. You really ain't got much to, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be a back and forth for any of those things. Hey, I had the expectation. You ain't meet it. I wish you the best type shit. They don't even got to be angry or none of that. You don't have to get none of the emotions involved. She get to acting away, you can just leave, walk and leave. Like, just walk clean away from her ass and she get to tweaking.
Yeah, that'll piss her off the most. To walk away from a woman. I swear
said it in my head, like
every time.
that's how you get them at your front door. Like, I'm sorry, just
what?
Nah,
silence, boy. That's it, though.
Yeah, it's still just above me because I swear it's generally in the scene where I hear women just talking about a table full of gay boys smoking and sharing the same hookah tips. I'm in Atlanta, so it's usually towards gay men. It's not It's
You
not to straight men,
Yeah,
and this is
you hit the
appalling to
nail on the
me
head.
because it's
yeah, they
generally
really
to
get,
gay
You
men.
know, yeah, but I'm just
they really get.
that's seen only 4% of Atlanta. I'm just so tired of that. That's mainly downtown
The
at
gay
Rainbow.
scene is 4% of
Yeah,
Atlanta.
it's only 4.5% of Atlanta. I don't know why we keep going on this like it's everybody.
I don't know, Lady O. No,
No,
no.
no. San Francisco
Lady
got
That
O,
more.
it is
airport,
not
that
but
airport is
4%.
80%.
That's because they're flying in and out. But we talking about
Nah,
living in Atlanta. They're downtown in
What?
Atlanta with a
It
little
is not
rainbow in the middle of the
4%.
street. It is only
I
4.5%.
can't even connect
It
to
is
Atlanta with my children.
4.5%.
That's
I
how
know
bad
it's
the
hard to
airport is.
believe, but you got 4.5% out of what 5 million people. Of course, that's going to seem like it's a lot, as far as Georgia itself. But it's
Yeah.
only 4.5. So we are not the highest. It is San Francisco. Hell, Louisiana got more than down there than we do. But we keep harboring on that. It is a small. I don't even see them out here in Dunwoody. And
Damn, what Louisiana do to you, lady?
What
You
you say?
just threw us out there like Louisiana got more than that.
I see them red dresses down there, that parade, girl. They took a bottle of red dresses. But I'm just saying that's only a small percentage. Like in the whole U.S., they only make up 1% of the population. Let's just be real. They don't even make up a lot. They really making all the noise, making it seem like it's all. Because I live in Sandy Springs. I'm literally Sandy Springs, Dunwoody. I'm right on the corner. Right. My address is either one of you. Use Dunwoody,
Lady
Sandy
O,
Springs,
are
or
you even outside?
huh?
Are you
Oh yeah, I go
outside?
outside. Yes, ma'am. I go outside.
Lady O, you know you don't be outside.
Lady
Downtown.
O,
I
you
was
do not be
downtown.
where I be at.
They
You
had
don't be where.
they had
You do not
So
be where I be at.
They had
so
Pride and
y'all
Dragon.
didn't see like Pride this
Yeah, that's what
like
I'm saying. They
literally
had
this
Pride
weekend.
this weekend. They
You
had
don't.
DragonCon this
It don't
weekend.
gotta
They had
even be Pride. It
The
don't even gotta
topic
be
on the
Pride. There's a hotel rooftop right here, and I promise you,
what
it's a
Blake.
straight party, a straight promoter,
we don't live there.
and
We don't care.
But
she
I'm just
brings out nothing but gay men, and they're at straight
I know,
parties.
but now y'all having an
So
anecdotal
those are the
argument
ones
about
that
some
are
shit.
called sassy
right.
Hmm.
I definitely hear that a lot though. I was just
because
clearing
they
that up because
blend
every time
in.
we hear about
I
the
don't
G
see
people,
masculine men being called that. I see more of the
the
gay
G
men,
men doing that, and I was just trying to clear it up because every time Atlanta's a hot spot when it comes down to that G
and it's
word.
more on an argumentative like space, not
Yeah,
more.
Yeah,
salute,
it ain't no
salute to
big deal.
Atlanta. When I was there, it was fun, but we off topic now. We don't live there.
Yeah.
We weren't talking about that. Though. We was just trying to clear up the small percentage of G
You
people
don't
that
live
live
here,
here.
but people on
Let,
here
let-
lives here
let me
and
tell
in
you
the
why it's a high
space if
percentage
that's
of
where it
G men.
Talking about
resonates.
an
A lady
anecdotal
holler at you.
conversation.
Somebody
Yeah,
said
that's
it was
why.
Houston.
Yeah, I
I
think
believe
so.
All right,
that.
now you crossed the line, DJ.
Yeah, that nah.
Oh, no.
I mean, that wasn't my experience of Houston. I just said somebody in the chat. I look at the chat. I'm reading, looking at it on my computer all the time, and I see
I mean,
somebody said they tweeted
there is a community here, but there's a community everywhere. But we definitely not the. No, we
I
definitely not
didn't
the
see
hot
that
spot.
in
Line
Houston.
that we're
Well, she
crossing
might be right.
sometimes on social media, and then if we are, why are we crossing these lines?
I think the line is a boundary. If this person is not behaving in the way that you need them to, you need to set the boundary and not call them no more and not deal with them no more. So if I think a woman is acting too masculine or too whatever, I'm just not going to call her no more.
But I think that there's
What is
a
too masculine?
I don't think I've ever called a woman too masculine.
I
before.
never either.
Go ahead.
No, just to your point, I feel like what's missing in that little conversation is that there's a trauma that both black men and black women are experiencing simultaneously. And it's like for women, I think the elephant in the room is that a lot of us are single. A lot of us want men that are not available to us. A lot of the men are not dating women. A lot of them are in jail, in prison, and that's a whole byproduct of what you're experiencing. And then men are like, okay, well, if y'all saying a man don't do this, a man don't do that, you bitches ain't cooking either. Y'all the new YNs. Y'all the new men. Y'all got gold chains on. Y'all, and I think that we're both experiencing this trauma and we just don't understand each other together. And so you all may feel like, okay, well, you're more masculine. And I think the whole sassy nature of why we're doubting is because of the deficit and the lack. Black women and the available people, the available men to them, it becomes traumatizing because if you are a woman and you go home on Thanksgiving and they're like, you still you still ain't got no kids, you still ain't found nobody, you still ain't brought anybody home. And I think black men are experiencing a separate set of trauma as well, which is why I think that those shots are coming. Like, I think if you can understand a little bit of how women are, like, their lifestyle are evolving in terms of marriage, companionship, partnership, things like that. It's actually not like a shot that we want to take. It's just like, where the men at for us? Because we was watching the same Cinderella story, but we didn't get the prince. We was watching the same trope about, we had the same little cart growing up where they told us, the easy bake oven and the big house and things like that we were changing the baby's clothes. But here we are, grown adults, and we didn't get the kids and we didn't get the husband. And so it's really more of an understanding. And you're right, it doesn't come out well. I think the delivery is poor, but I think the heart of it is that, like, we're in a deficit.
So
and when y'all are doing that shit, it's like, please say you ain't another one that's on the other side that we don't have access to again, because we don't have access to viable partners as our other clear counterparts,
That's not true.
Who's gonna do that
I,
first? I was about to
I don't
dig.
know. I don't know if I understand what was going on there.
It sounds like she's saying that there's not a lot of good men available. They sassy or whatever.
Y'all in jail.
That's what I got. They in jail. Like, that's not true. Because from what I've been hearing and seeing just in my own community, people that I know, not just YouTube, is that there's men that women are looking for, and other men that pass them, they're not interested in. It's just a large percentage of men that they're not interested in. And sometimes it just has to do with simply height. Height alone will get somebody disqualified. You're not tall enough. When I wear heels, you got to be this height. And I'm like, that's not how you pick somebody that you're trying to be with for the rest of your life. So it's a lot of little, I say it's stupid, but a lot of stupid things that y'all, is what some women is missing. Like, you don't need that for it to have a good husband. You need to look at other qualities that is that's longevity. Height is not going to do nothing for you, because the tallest man and the shortest man can still have the same qualities. You can still be happy. You can still have kids. So I just think women need to reconsider some stuff and make it make sense for a lifetime. Things that that's not, I don't know, small.
The height don't look good on the Instagram picture.
I ain't gonna lie. Well, you know what? I'm gonna say I do know somebody who he didn't want his woman to wear heels because she will be taller than him. So I think it could go both ways as well with that. If you do get a woman that's tall, he could be intimidated as well if she's throwing some heels. Because if I put up, if I used to wear my red bottoms before I gave them away, they would make me 5'10". I'm already almost 5'7". I'm like 5'6", 5'7". So putting on some heels with a dude that's 5'6", he gonna be mad. I'm just saying.
But
yeah, you're
also,
tall,
this whole
Lady.
height requirement thing, that's a young girl game. Like, that's what young girls think about. Very few older women even pay attention to height. I'm a tall girl. My only requirement is that you be as tall as me. That's the average man. So I still, like, by sheer numbers, I'm fine. But women, they exist. Some women exist in this lack mindset. That whole, it's not, it's not a lot of men for women, and some of them in jail, and some of them do this, and some of them gay, and we have to stop operating on a lack mindset. That is something that people tell women, so we'll hurry up and choose somebody. There are plenty of men out here today. There's somebody for everybody. If you want to find your person, you'll find your person. But we have to, and she's not wrong about the traumas. That is a trauma that women live through daily. People be passing that off on us like, you better hurry up and pick something because you don't want to be old and unmarried. You don't want to be unhappy and married. Like, we have to stop acting like marriage is this great thing. And I'm not saying that it's a horrible thing. I don't speak down on marriage, but what I'm saying is that marriage is, I don't understand why you keep doing that. But what I'm saying is
coming for you
that
tonight.
marriage is hard. Marriage is not bad. You all will never hear me say that. I'm never talking down on marriage. But what I'm saying is marriage is hard. That is something that we have to sell to people. It is hard, and we have to teach people how to make it through that. We are selling people this fantasy of marriage. We're telling women to just be wives and be married and just tough it out. But you're not telling them the reality of how hard marriage is. It's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but it's also very hard. And if you are not truthful with that, then people are going to be like me, rush into marriage, say yes to the first person that asks you, and miserably fail at it because I wasn't prepared for what marriage truly is. People think it's a game, and it's not.
So it's only hard for people that's not prepared then. Don't say that marriage is hard. It's hard for certain individuals.
Yeah. Anything worth doing is hard.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I don't like using the hard marriage is hard term. But when I was married, it wasn't hard. We were just two different people.
Well, this is a thing too. We gotta also understand marriage does not make you happy. You have to be you determine your own happiness. I don't know why we gotta I'm gonna get married and be happy. No, you're not. The way you go into a relationship is the way you're gonna come out. And that's just the way I stick with that. We gotta understand that. And you're dealing with a whole different human being. But a lot of times people get into marriages thinking, when I hear people say, "Oh, I want somebody that's going to communicate with me." Yeah, it's not. Look, communication is fine, but you got to understand how that's going to work. Communication is not all about, well, I'm going to say what I have to say, and it's going to be all said and done. No, sometimes some things are just going to go unresolved, and you have to be okay with that because it's not meant for it to be. You're not going to always agree with your partner or your husband. You're not going to always agree with that person. Sometimes you got to let things go. You're not always going to like the things that they like. And I'm just saying it is, and that's just like when me and the guy I did not marry, with my ex partner, he loved race cars. What is that? Racetrack. I hated that stuff. But eventually, in order to spend time, I got in there and I said, let me see what NASCAR about. And I started liking it.
I bet you learn how to play them numbers too. I bet you learn.
I do. I like NASCAR now. I got me a favorite driver and everything. But I'm just saying, you learn and you adapt when you want to grow and get to know that individual. You're not gonna always like that individual. And this is why I always go back to what Ice Cube said when he was asked how he sustained his 32 years of marriage. He said, "That's my girl. She ain't going nowhere." He said, "I'm not always gonna like her. She don't always like me." So, but we made a vow that we ain't going nowhere. And I'm done.
So I think when people talk about it being difficult or hard, it's the engaging of a power struggle and trying to become one person that might be difficult. And the more autonomous you are and operate separately, the harder it is for those two people to merge into one. When like I was on another panel and they was talking about how it was a problem that men wanted submissive women. All that really boils down to is it's extremely easy to mold into one person with the very submissive woman because she's clearly trying to follow whatever plan or process you got. And then there's not really much to fight about because she's already with it and you can move forward and keep going. But if somebody's standing on, hey, I want to remain autonomous within this relationship so that I operate like this and I don't want to impede on these things, then yeah, you're gonna have a lot of conflict because you're running head first in the trying to fit two people through a spot that one person is supposed to go through. Two have to become one for it to be easy. I think it's pretty easy. But it's a process occurring.
One quick thing, I'm gonna land. I do believe three things need to align with each other overall, and that's faith, family, and finances. Because finances will tear you apart, families, because who gonna mom and daddy gonna live it when they get old? I think that those things do have to align, and then you can go from there. That's just what I see.
That's what's up. So in reference to the video, I'm honestly at my wit's end with that stuff because what I see, like that lady, clearly, over 35. When I see people constantly, I'm not even gonna say they're making excuses right? They in jail, they do all that type stuff. They're just making excuses. It really sounds different when somebody hasn't had the luck they were supposed to have or they wish they would have had in love and relationships. That's what you're going to get, unfortunately, for most people. So I don't even know what to say anymore about people that do that, men or women. You know what I mean? So what I'm going to take the moment to do is I'm going to tell people why it's important to get married a little bit younger. All right. Because maybe that's what we need to start doing is not only do we listen to what these people are saying, we give advice to the younger generation on how they should do things. Who here on the panels wears Jordans? Anybody?
Wearing Jordans?
Wears them. So
Some.
y'all know Space Jam Jordans, the Jordan 11s, probably arguably the most popular ones, right? What time you got to get up for them shits, Marcus? Like if you just going to get them from the store.
I don't even know.
Yeah,
probably the day before, or you got to do the
yeah, you got to get up super early. You got to have a connect, or you got to get up the day before and go wait in line. So look at how we take that mindset. Everything in life that is precious and valuable, we get up early for it. You got to get it first. You got to get it early. But somehow in love and relationships, we think we can wait till we 35 till we really start getting shit moving. It ain't gonna be left in the store if you wait. Anything worth having, you got to get it early, right? So if you don't want to be left making excuses as to why you don't have a partner and there are men in jail, that really gives me a headache now. Because what I really see, I don't give a fuck what she talking about. All I see is the shame on her face for not having done something sooner. So I'm gonna take that clip and I'm gonna tell the younger version of her, how about you get serious about relationships right now? Because 25 is 30, especially for women. 25 is 30. If you meet a dude that you are equally yoked with on your 25th birthday, y'all are going to date for 2 years at least. If he gets engaged to you on your 27th birthday, y'all are going to be engaged before the wedding for at least 18 months. You're going to be 29, almost 30. And that's one relationship. So you don't have time to waste. 25 is 30. You know what I mean? So on this particular thing, I just think that, we just got to give better advice to people so they don't really end up in the situation like that lady making excuses as to why we don't have a person we're supposed to spend the rest of our life with.
Yeah, marriage is hard but fair, right? I think that's the bottom line of it, and I think it's worth it. In terms of the clip, right? You just hear projection mostly, right? Because people will say things that are unfounded. They never even research it. They just repeat the thing over and over, right? There's 1.7 million people in prison altogether, right? Including white people. So even when we say that, it has very little relevance. It's a nominal number in a country full of 360 million people. But people just go with what makes them feel better about their behavior that's unbecoming, which leaves them outside by themselves. And that's really what we hear when people say, I am for this or I'm not for this, either because they were unsuccessful or had success in it. And so generally people push on you what they think worked for them or didn't work for them. And so that's what I hear in that clip specifically. I'm done.
Let's get Sierra. Oh, I don't know if Shan, you ready to come off the mic? If not, let's go to Sierra. Sierra?
I'm okay right now. Yeah, the only thing I really had to say was I really agree with what the girl said about you really don't have these issues when you actually like the man that you with or the woman that you with. I think that was something that was kind of bypassed. We actually enjoy the time that you spend with the person that you're with. You cherish that, you enjoy it, and you do everything that you can to make that time and that space safe and welcoming and all of the things that you do. And I think often too, we walk into things that we think are safe and welcoming and all of these things, and then we find out that people aren't who they say they are. And sometimes, that mask was worn for only 3 weeks. Sometimes it was worn for 3 months. And sometimes it was worn for 18 months or even 3 years before it came off and the abuser was, unmasked. But I think that when we think about who we're choosing as our partners, we have to, you know, take accountability in that too. If I don't like the person that I'm with, I'm probably going to treat them like crap. Like I'm probably going to be irritated by everything that they do because I don't like them. So when we like the people that we're with, then we have a lot less issues with the people that we're with.
I can
I
agree
really
with
believe
that.
that, Sierra. I used to believe what you said until I started seeing women that actually like the man that they was with. They do something wrong and shit hit the fan. It's like now they don't like them no more.
I
Now
think
I
after
guess
they
the like was
separate.
subjective all of a sudden. So I think it's more than just like. I think people need to grow with understanding who people really are besides the happiness like, oh, we're doing this together and we bond very well. Okay, but when things are not
I don't
going
think that
good,
it's just about liking somebody in the surface level of it. I think that it's not shallow. There's a lot of depth to that. But if you don't even simply like me, then you're not going to respect me. You're not going to anything. But love is different. Like
I understand
union
like
is different. Like,
I
but
understand if
I'm
you don't
not.
like somebody, it's not going to work. I was just talking about women who like their man. That part, not the ones who don't like them. So the ones who like them. I've seen women who love their man and they do shit wrong, consistently. I'm not talking about cheating and all this other stuff, like just simple stuff. It could be he's not clean. Oh, he's getting on my nerves. He don't do this. He don't do that. I want him to do this with me, but he don't like it. And they be complaining all the time. And all of a sudden now they're not attracted to him no more. They're not giving sex to him. Now it's a sexless marriage and all this nonsense. It'd
Because
be
she
women
used to
who
like
like their
him. She
man
does
that
not
do that.
current like him.
Well,
Well,
She
that's the
used to
problem.
like people are allowed to have a change of mind. That's what you're
no,
not like.
that's what
Yes, you are.
marriage is not supposed
You
to be
can
like
have
that.
in a marriage. If you choose to have a change of mind, that's what we have things like divorce for. But
No,
if
divorce is not
we
for
aren't
that. Change
allowed
of
to
mind.
say as a person, hey, I've been around you for 8 years. 8 years ago, you were a great person. You've taken on tendencies. You've taken on like habits. You've brought people around that I don't like, and I don't like the person that you become.
But
You
can
are
y'all
allowed to
figure
say
this out
that.
before y'all give up the cakes? Because y'all sleep with these
Y'all
dudes
are
and all of a sudden you
we
don't
are
like them.
allowed to
This is why
say that we do not like somebody that we
sex before
originally.
y'all get serious
But
is
hold on,
bad.
lady. Oh, I want to finish this conversation. So when it comes to
Okay.
vows, though, your marriage vows, what does the marriage vow say? You've been married before, Sierra?
I have never been married, but I have been engaged twice and I dodged a bullet twice. And thank the Lord that I did. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that, you know, it's right to get into a unionship with somebody that you don't know well. But I also don't think it's right to stay in a unionship that you know is not good for you. If
Yeah,
you
but you're
know that
talking about
person
the
is not
most
good for
like worst case
you, you know
scenario.
you
I
don't like that
understand that.
person, you know that you're going to treat this person like crap every day because you don't even like their presence, then why are you with them? Don't continue to make yourself and them miserable.
But let's talk about, I get that. I get that. But I'm saying, let's talk about what I was saying about how people do like each other. And you're saying if they change, they have a right to divorce. That's what you said?
I mean, not everybody's in a marriage. You guys want to bring it all back to marriage, and I'm not like I can't relate to the married crap. Like I'm not married yet. Like I want to be married, yes, but like I cannot sit here and talk from that standpoint because I've never been that woman. I've never been a wife. But what I'm saying is if you're with I know plenty of people who have been in 10, 12 years relationships. If you don't like that person, then don't be with them. If I'm married to somebody and I don't like them, I'm not going to continue to be with them, period, point blank, regardless of how much I was in love with them 10 years ago. If
So
they
I'm trying
fucking
to
put
get
their hands
somewhere.
on me, if they verbally abuse me, if they like are just not shit to me every day, if they ignore me, I'm not going to continue to like that. And I'm not going to continue to be in a relationship with them or a marriage or
So
any
I'm
of
trying to
that.
get somewhere with you, Sierra, but you keep saying I'm not a wife. I don't know that. I'm trying to like explain some stuff, but you already dismissed it because you are not a wife. I already know you're not a wife. You just said that. So you want to keep telling me about what you know and stuff about, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that, but you're not letting me explain to you what marriage is like, because obviously you've been engaged twice, which means you want to be married. You just said that. I'm a wife, so I'm trying to explain to you, at least from my perspective, of what I'm seeing and what is happening. But you don't want to hear it, so I guess you're just not gonna ever get married.
So personally, that whole but what about the vows thing? Vows are fine, great. You pledge something to each other in the beginning. But those are just words. That means absolutely fuck all in the end of all of it. What matters is the duty of marriage. What matters is the values that you stand on. And if neither one of you are standing on those values, then all this you supposed to like people that you married to. You're not gonna always like each other. Hell, you're not gonna always love each other. There are ebbs and flows to all of the emotions. Your values, your duty to your partner is what is going to keep you grounded. That is what I learned in my failed marriage. That is what I learned. That is what I look for now. If we cannot stand on the same thing, then there's absolutely no way that this is going to last, because I may not like you for a long while. But if we have something that tethers us together, duty, values, faith, yes, all of that has to be your foundation. Because fuck, like, I don't care if you like me. In the end of it, I need to know, are you going to support me? I need to know, are you still devoted to me? That is what I need to know. All of that other stuff will come back around. It's a circle. You'll come back to it. You'll come back to liking them. You'll come back to loving them. That's just what it is. If you're heavily devoted, and if you stand on what your foundation is, if your foundation is solid, you'll be fine. That is what I learned when I got divorced.
Yeah.
I would like to just kind of say to Sierra specifically, I don't like Lady Di, I don't like how you just said that to her, because it's like, you know how to be your husband's wife, not a wife in general. Because there's a way that you can be a wife to a man that would immediately want to like not be interested in you, right? Because you wouldn't be everybody's cup of tea. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Nobody on here is everybody's cup of tea. So it's almost like to say to Sierra, oh, you don't want to listen, so I guess you'll never be a wife. Maybe she doesn't want to be a wife the way you're a wife, and that can be okay. I don't think that that's like a bad thing. I really like feel like every time we get on here, we're making it seem like everything is structural this one box way. Like, oh, to be a man and to be a husband is this one thing, and if you're not that, then we're questioning your masculinity. To be a wife is this one list of things, and if you're not that, then like you're just never going to be a wife, and we don't like you, and now we're going to start like being snippy and snooty. Like, I don't see how that's beneficial.
Yeah, but so the thing is, she didn't let me finish. So she didn't even know the type of wife I am, first of all. I get what you're saying, Laisha, but she didn't let me explain it, right? So I already know that she's not going to be the same wife that I am, because I have a whole nother, like I have a different husband. Whoever she meet is not going to be my husband at all. I already know that. And that's not what I was trying to explain to her. But I do know, before I got married, I listened to women who were wives. I listened to all different type of wives. I'm just one to her. So getting advice from someone that's just a wife should be beneficial to her, period. I'm never going to say, go do this, and this is what my husband like. I don't even talk like that. But not letting me explain it, because she has, her own opinion. I'm not even trying to talk about you, Sierra, because you're right here. I'm just saying, this is the conversation that me and Laisha's having. It's just like, just let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can understand where I'm coming from. That's all I'm saying. So when I said that, then she's not going to be a wife, is because she won't even listen to one, which is me, which I'm trying to explain. I wasn't being rude when I was explaining it to her. She just kept cutting me, saying, well, I'm not this and I'm not that. Well, damn, let me explain what I'm trying to say. Okay, you don't want to hear it? I'm not going to explain it.
So
the reason why I've been so quiet, honestly, this entire time is because every time I speak, there's a problem. And then now all of a sudden I'm speaking over people. But when I was sitting here silent, listening the entire time, waiting to engage in the conversation and not just speak out the side of my neck, that wasn't appreciated. So no, I wasn't just speaking over top of you. I was taking my time to speak because I literally have not spoken. And I said that the last time I was here too.
Let me just say something like to clarify, or I'm sorry, to add some context to something I heard. I think Sierra has said, "Why are we always talking about marriage?" And I think I know why. So Bougie, you interjected and you said things look different. Like I said, subjectivity, right? Can I ask you a question really quick? If you were in a relationship, not even a marriage, do you want sexual exclusivity to your man? Meaning, would you get upset if he cheated on you with another woman? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
If Sierra was your best friend and she said, "Yo, I can't pay my rent. I really need some bread. Can I ask your man for money?" Would that be cool if she asked your man for money?
If she's my best friend,
Like, can he pay her rent for 6 straight months and take money out y'all household, and you be cool with it?
not with that example,
Okay,
no.
so the reason we always talking about marriage is because y'all took the rules from it. You want
Mhm.
sexual exclusivity, you want financial exclusivity. Where do you think those rules come from? They come from the institution of marriage. That's why if it's really subjective, he gets to do whatever the hell he want to do and you can't say shit. You get to do whatever you want to do and he can't say shit. So we always using the rules of marriage, but we pretend everybody don't want to be married. Stop using those rules then. You see what I'm saying? That's why we always are on the topic of marriage. If that's what you demand, I know my wife wants sexual exclusivity of me. I know if I pay her best friend rent, shit's going down, right? So
But
that's where
I
why we
so
always
like
talk.
that's where I get a little bit confused because, well, Sierra, how old are you?
I'm 27 years old.
Right. So I think that, like, yet again, same issue that happens every single week. It's majority everybody is having a conversation that's like 35 plus with like one person that has this different mindset that comes from an entirely different generation and is in an entirely different stage in their life. And it's the 35 plus continuously telling the 26, 27, 25, whatever, that they're wrong, they're wrong, they're wrong. It needs to be done this way. But it's like, that's, like I said last week, that's their life. This is about to be their world. These are going to be their choices that they have to live with, not anybody that's like older, because it's like you got to make your choices in your 20s. So it's kind of the same concept as like every generation gets to make their choices, and it's like the last generation never seems to like the next generation's choices and is always trying to like shut them down and shut them up, because I'm noticing that a lot. Like it's always somebody on here in their 20s and it's like, you're wrong, shut up, you don't
That's
have the
false.
experience, you don't know.
I'm
And
gonna
it's
tell you
like,
why you're
but
wrong.
how, like, it,
Hold on, lady.
oh, wait one second. What I also am like, I'm pointing that out because a lot of times when I bring it up, everybody's like, we're doing this to help the youth. But it's like every time the youth comes on here and talks, it's just kind of like,
I
shut
think
up, you don't know nothing.
I forgot that I have
Oh.
married children who got together in their late teens and 20s. So I know, and I don't tell them how they should be married. So that's false that we're doing that. I just know what shouldn't be going on, like adultery and affairs and things like that. So that's false that we're trying to tell y'all that y'all do things wrong. Y'all have not heard me say y'all do things wrong except fucking men that y'all not married to and giving men babies. That is my biggest gripe that women do with men. But I do not tell y'all how to be married. I don't care how old you are, because everybody's marriage is different.
If I had to guess, I would say what's going on, especially with like the women who've been through the process before or a little older, they honestly are bumping their heads trying to explain something that they had to learn the hard way, or that they got life experience to understand. And then the frustration of trying to say, hey, when I was 25, if only somebody would have grabbed me, shook me, and said, hey, You can't operate like this and get the desired result you want. This is how you got to go. If this is what you want, this is what you got to do. So that could come off a way if depending on how receptive you are to it at that moment. But I honestly believe that's what they be trying to do. Let me get Shan in, and then y'all you can respond to that. Shan, are you there?
So
we can't. Shan, we can't hear you. Shan, I see you came off your mic. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
My apologies. Can you hear me now? So I agree with you, Marcus. At this point, you guys have said what you have to say. People can receive it or they cannot. You know, you give advice, you've been there, you've done that. Some people have to live it to understand it. But I kind of agree. I mean, I get where everybody's coming from, but at the end of the day, people have gone through experiences. We're just sharing those experiences. Take what you need and move forward. But what I wanted to mention was I think that there were several things that I did agree with. Mike was one person I did agree with. I do think that we need to start getting people married at a younger age. Yes. The problem with that, Mike, I think that there's this false narrative that women don't want to be married at a younger age. They do. They're just in relationships with men, and it's just not going in that direction. When you walk into reality, people are in relationships. They got a my man. Your man is not marrying you. He is not putting a ring on your finger, and he's just not telling you. So that's really one of the issues that's going on right now. People are not having honest conversations about intentions. I know one of the things that the episode the clip spoke of was that men don't have any expectations. I disagree. I think men do have expectations. I think those expectations are very high. That's why they're not getting married. You know, because for you to say, oh, she's not the one, I'm going to put her in this box, that means she's not meeting the expectation you need her to meet for you to want to marry her. So that is an expectation, and I feel like it's very high because we have more people who are not married than we do who are married. That's one thing. But again, I do agree, Mike, if we can get everybody on the same page to marry, that will be great. Even men who are dating younger, you know, the one of the things was, okay, if you're young, date older. They playing with them too. You know, ugly, short, all of them playing. You can give them all a chance and they still playing. Okay. So that's not it right there. And I wanted to also say, and then I know that we always like to say that women have high standards. I think men have high standards too. Nobody wants the one that wants them. Everybody has somebody checking for them, but nobody ever wants the person who's checking for them. Dating now is totally different than it was 15 years ago before social media. I know you guys have been married for a long, extended period of time, but it's just not the same. It's just not. Everybody's looking for this unicorn, both men and women.
Mm-hmm. So
that's fair enough. Let me try and get Sierra in there. You can jump after that, Sugar Mike. She got something she wants to say.
Yes, sir.
You have nothing.
So one that what Miss Bougie was, or I don't know her name, right? There go Bougie, salute to her. What she was saying didn't pertain in this conversation, and yet we've been conversing about it for several minutes now. Lady Di is 32 years old. She's not old like everybody trying to paint. And then people on average get married between 28 and 32. So Sierra's right within that guideline. Also, Sierra shared with us that she's been engaged twice. So quite literally, she's pursuing that path, right? And so everybody's marriage is not the same. However, you can offer a template. So, but their conversation never got the chance to happen. So Sierra's actually on that plane. So it actually pertained in what they were talking about. It just never manifested.
I think that the age difference, I was pointing out the age difference, not to say Lady Di was old, because I know how old Lady Di is. She's a younger millennial at that. But it's just to say, like, not an age difference, it's a generational difference. I legitimately think millennials are the last ones that actually care about like marriage. Like how Lady Di's whole thing is kind of like, yeah, I got married and it's like a serious thing for me versus like, you obviously heard Sierra say she's Gen Z, right? And Sierra's just like, yeah, like it don't work. It don't work. Like you pissed me off. I'm leaving. Like
Bougie, if you
I
don't
don't
mind.
like those vows aren't this do or die thing for me. Those are some words that if you keep up your end of that contractual agreement, cool, we can be married. But if not, then we won't be. And that was the point that I was just trying to make, is that it's a generational difference in the mindset of the marriage.
I understand. I think you're incorrect in this with this particular person, simply because she can say one thing, however, her actions being engaged twice say another. Right. And so when Lady Di heard that, now she gets to assess that because of what Sierra offered to us. She also said that she dodged a bullet twice. My question would be, those men aren't here to defend themselves. What did you do incorrect in those relationships? Right. That's the substance of the conversation. Would they say the same about you? Right? Because why didn't she get married? And that's the information that she offered to us, what we should be able to analyze. And it ain't about being older, right? It's just about understanding the situation based on what she gave us.
All right, let's let Sierra respond. I see she's trying to. Yeah.
I appreciate what was just said too, because I was just getting ready to say nobody asked me why I wasn't married. Like, I'm not married because that man put his hands on me. And did I have a mouth back then? Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, did I deserve to get my hand, like somebody's hands put on me because of my mouth though? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's why I'm not married to these cowards. I didn't get married to the next man because, again, they were coward enough to put their hands on me instead of have a conversation. Listen, I own 2 businesses. I work a full-time job. I am a mother. I am a full-time college student. And frankly, I take care of my own mother. I am very much so on the way and on the path to being a great wife. However, I'm also not going to stand for bullshit. And I'm not going to stand for somebody playing in my face. And I'm not going to stand to be scared of my own relationship. I'm not. So do I have standards? Yes. But am I going to sit here and define who somebody's going to be? No, I'm just going to move on to somebody else, because I'm not going to sit here and try to change somebody and mold them into somebody that I want them to be. I'm just simply going to accept somebody for who they are. And if they want to adjust to who they want to be for me, that's great. That's fine and dandy. We're going to make a great life, and we're going to have a great household, and we're going to have fantastic kids. However, I'm not going to stand for somebody who's not willing to adjust and make this work, because I'm also willing to adjust for the person that I love and the person that I like. And what I was saying with the like thing earlier too is, you're not going to support somebody that you just don't like, which is why a lot of these women are mad because their bills aren't getting paid because these men don't actually like you, which is why they're not supporting you. And it's not about the money. They're not taking you out on dates. They're not taking you on a walk to the park. They're not spending quality time with you because they don't actually like you. And so if you are condoning that and you're accepting that, and then you get into a marriage where you say you love this person, but you don't like the actions that they give you, you don't actually like that person. You just love the idea of who you want them to be. And so that's what I'm saying. Don't get into a relationship where you're caught up in love and lust of who this person could be or who you want them to change into. Be real about who they are. And if they treat you like crap, move on. Don't be with them. Don't be with somebody that you don't like how they treat you. Don't be with somebody that you don't like how they spend their day. If you don't like that your man goes to work for 12 hours and then goes and spends 6 hours at the golf place and then comes home and crashes on the bed every day, don't be with him anymore. Divorce him and find somebody who's going to take you on a date and have fun with you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying because you got into a petty argument or because something happened one time and somebody, like, you know, one mistake was made to leave somebody. No. But if you genuinely don't like their habit and their lifestyle and who they have become and who they have chosen to be, then do not continue to make yourself miserable in a relationship nor marriage that does not serve you.
Yeah, and there's obvious questions that should be asked if Lady Di and Sierra are having a conversation, right? There's obvious questions that would need to be asked, right? But they're sensitive, right? And so you have to ask those questions in a particular environment, right? I think we understand that in terms of physical violence and things of that nature, right? I think that this is bullshit regarding she don't like you, he don't like you, so he gonna treat you some type of way. That's giving people excuses to treat people poorly, right? And that's all we justify. Contrary to popular belief, I was handsome when I was like 25, right? And this girl tried to kiss me. I'm like, oh, that's not your life. Like, that's not right. That's not nice, though, right? That's not nice, you know. But because we will only
Can
have,
you say that one more time? You said you told the girl that's not your life.
yeah. So she tried to kiss me, bougie, when I was
I
handsome.
like that.
Yeah.
I'm putting that in the arsenal.
Nah,
Okay.
don't use my.
Cool.
Make sure you tell him. Oh, Hamp said this when you say it.
But I think
You
that we
know.
also
But I'm
I
like, but
like that.
hold on, Sierra, hold
That
on.
was it right there.
Yeah, just take this walk with me, right? I'm just saying that that's not nice, though, right? I'm dealing with her. We having relations, or whatever the case is, But I get to treat her like that because she wanted more than I wanted, and even though I set the expectation, right, it's still usury at a point, But we allowed to do that because she willing to participate. The truth is, because I didn't like her, I was allowed to treat her poorly. That's not right, and that's what we keep justifying when we keep saying that shit. You know what I mean?
Sierra, did you want to respond?
I don't think it's about it condoning treating somebody like poorly. I think it's you get too comfortable. You get into this habit of doing things that the other person doesn't like. And so then you just don't like the person. You don't like the way that they live. You don't like their lifestyle. I don't think that you should treat somebody poorly. I don't think that you should do these things. But I think that as a person, you should have the consciousness and the enough self-awareness to say, hey, this isn't what it used to be. And I'm not willing to make the changes. This person isn't willing to make the changes. The conversations aren't moving anything anywhere. So we need to separate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think. Oh, is it my turn, Marcus? It's probably not, right? Yeah, no. See, I understand what you're saying. I simply vehemently disagree, right? Because people always try to act like people make all these 180 changes. People don't change they mask, right? And we like the thing. We think the pros outweigh the cons, right? And we turn red flags into yellow flags. And then we get to a point where the yellow flags turn back into red flag, and then we act like that person did something. Nah, beloved, we've been seeing that. But if you keep it tall with yourself, you wouldn't be in that predicament. But the truth is, we like the things we like, and we don't have anybody helping us vet. And we're unsuccessful in doing so, right? And then we point the finger because we judge ourselves by our intentions. We judge everybody else by their actions. So it's quite convenient of us to do so.
Right.
Yeah.
Man.
My turn, lady.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You heard that. No, I got to interject because I think we missed something very critical that happened. So, Marcus, did you just get served a whole soul food dinner in the middle of the show?
Yeah,
because I don't think I didn't catch that. All right.
Yeah,
so
I got the what is this?
I saw some collard greens go across the screen.
Jerk lamb chops and the cilantro rice.
Yeah, look, I'm a fat boy. Like I'm like,
yeah, that shit hitting. I ain't gonna hold you.
Flex. All right, bet.
Mike, I do want to I want to say something else I like that you said. I do think that a lot of people expect marriage, the responsibility that comes with, well, not responsibility, the perks of marriage, but they don't want the responsibility of marriage. So they want to play like, have the perks of being married, which is like the being exclusive. Oh, you're mine, but they don't want the responsibility of each other. And so I agree with that as well. That's a lot of that going on right now.
So apart from my soul food dinner comment, I did want to respond to something that you said because I actually agree with you. I do see that, I see that eagerness in young women and men. To be honest, they want relationships. Like you're right, they really go all in on those first few. As a matter of fact, my man, it's my woman, my girl, yeah, whatever she want. What I think is actually lacking in those relationships is a seriousness, and I really want to harp on that because I realized something like, my wife, she's the first woman I married, but the second that actually, tried to marry me, you know what I mean? Like I couldn't let it happen twice where I passed up a good thing. I really only think you only get one or two of those. You see what I'm saying? So the first time it happened, I realized that the girl was way more serious than I was at that time. And it was very scary. But what I also realize, a woman that is serious about not being played with won't let a man play with her. So if women are really serious about relationships, none of these F boys really got a shot. And just like him always saying, a woman that is serious cannot turn red flags into yellow flags. They will stay red flags. I ain't never played with in my life a woman that did not let me play with her. You see what I'm saying? Nah, boy, you can't come over. Get out of here. I know what you want. Nah, what are we doing? Are we going to church together? Oh, in fact, you seem like a good guy. You want to come meet my parent early? She doing that within 2-3 weeks. I'm like, goodness gracious. So that is F boy repellent right there. A serious woman who wants to bring you around her fam, wants other people to vet you. That will make it. Just happened to my sister-in-law. Unfortunately, she brought the dude to me, made him super uncomfortable. Just asking him regular questions about relationships. What's your plans? What are y'all gonna do together? What do you see this going? All that type of stuff. What you said? They can fake one thing, they can't fake 10 things. That dude fell apart in record time. See what I'm saying? So I really want to make sure we're talking about the seriousness of people just in relationships. I think you made that point too. They just in them. And the worst part about them is that they giving all the best stuff up in those fake relationships.
Yep.
How many dudes got to hit a bad joint raw and you didn't even like her for real? You're not supposed to be doing that. You know what I mean? So
Can I address something that was said? I think that Laisha's point is always missed because the only thing y'all hear is the generational talk. The thing is that even my generation, I'm basically a Xennial. I'm the last year of Gen X. Damn. We had marriage wrong because we were holding on to the way our parents and grandparents did marriage. Laisha is trying to get you to understand that those antiquated views of how marriage is supposed to be is really not going to work for this newest generation. You have to allow people to make marriage work for them. Those antiquated gender roles don't work for everyone. And I want to be fair when I say this. I think that gender roles work. The traditional gender roles do work for some people. And that's great. I love that for them. But I think that what Laisha is saying, that you all don't leave room for people to exist in any other way. Your views are extremely rigid. And so this new generation doesn't want to listen to you because you will not bend. You will not exist in the time that they exist in. We need to impart our wisdom because don't get me wrong, those traditional values and those gender roles are still valuable to those who it's valuable to. So we need to be ready to impart wisdom, but we also need to be ready for those people in that newer generation to make that work for them in the times that they living in.
So
that's what she's saying.
Just a little.
But we do though. That ain't what we saying.
I don't think
No,
that
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these rigid ass men and these rigid ass women that talk about marriage as if there is just this one line that you need to stand on. That's what I'm talking about.
Can I ask a clarification question before you guys retort? Bo, can you give me an example of what would be defined as like rigid or traditional or antiquated? Just because I missed them.
Just like everybody lives by whatever text they want to live by in the Bible, right? You all bring up this biblical marriage thing, and biblical times are for biblical times. That is a very rigid way of thinking. You cannot carry word for word anything that was written 2,000 years ago. You have to consume what works and throw out the rest.
Oh, okay. And so you're saying that biblical times is over the course of 5,000 years. Do you consider 5,000 years the same time frame?
What?
Yeah, so like
Say
for
that
instance, if
again?
you go from Genesis to Revelations, that's over the
Oh, you
course
talking
of
about since the beginning of? Oh, I get
yeah,
what you.
because it's not all the
Yeah,
same time frame.
right,
So
right.
are you saying that you can't take what's there and then apply it today?
You can't take that text for text, like you can't take it word for word right now and live that. You can live part of that, yes. What works for you? The only thing I'm trying to do is be fair, because the rigidity is that you live by this and that is the way you live. But what I'm saying is you have to be flexible, malleable enough to take what works for you. Take those values, find someone who finds the same values and live by that. We cannot make this generation live
Okay.
word for word by that.
Right, but
Okay.
I think the women more try to hold upkeep that because they still want the man to pay all the bills no matter what. No matter what, the man want to pay all the bills. She want him to be the ultimate provider while she do whatever the heck she want to
I
do.
don't have nothing to do
Look,
with it.
dress the way she want to dress, go out here, go to hot girl summer for her girlfriends.
Well, the actual difference in what you're speaking of, Lady O, is when Trigger Mike brought up the example of like, would you be cool with, your man paying your homegirl's rent for 6 months? I think that what a lot of people that come on this panel keep refusing to acknowledge is that Gen Z doesn't care. Like, we're having a conversation that doesn't include an entire group of people that we keep saying we're trying to help. We won't acknowledge their mindset. That's all I'm trying to say.
So you trying
Is
to say
that
Gen
even though
Z?
you may not agree with the mindset, it still exists, right? So when he gave that example, there are so many girls that are like, he paid my rent too. I don't care. Put all my homegirls on. Like,
That's
those mindsets
anecdotal. Yeah, I know
exist.
something
I don't understand why we keep acting like
That's not a
because we
common
don't like
mindset, Bougie.
something or because
Very
we
much
don't
so
know
not.
of it,
See,
these
this
No,
things aren't
that
existing.
The
that's
boys
not a
Like,
care
common
though.
mindset, Bougie. That's not
Yeah,
common at
I'm
all.
not
most
saying
of them care.
No,
That's
I beg
it's
to
sad.
not a
differ.
common
It is
mindset
a
to be
common
No, no, no.
okay,
mindset. I work
but
with
dope.
these girls.
It's
Sierra,
not a
you're
common
talking
mindset to
you're
be
talking about a
religious.
trick
It's
paying
not a
different
common
women bills.
mindset to be
You're not.
married in Gen Z. It's not a common mindset to go to church. It's not a common mindset to ask your parents, do they give a damn about who you're dating? A lot of things that we're talking about on here aren't a common mindset. But when I bring up something, that's not the norm for you or for
No.
me or for the person to
No.
my left or to my right. Okay, cool. But it's like, why are we only talking about things that apply to the people that we feel
No.
like we want to talk to? Like,
No.
if we're saying we're talking to everybody and we're talking to the youth, and this is supposed to be something that goes on the internet that the 24-year-old can go and look at, we have to include that generation, what they're doing, their mindset in the conversation. We
And
can't keep always talking about gender roles, submission, and marriage because they're not there.
well,
They're
I
not
agree.
there.
I go to church
So
where there's full of Gen Z, so
radio,
they are coming to church. Though I
So
don't know.
Yeah, and I was gonna say Bougie, I get what you're saying, but remember, I think when we talk about tradition, it's just the word that gets everybody riled up. The more things change, the more they stay the same. So as you were saying that, I was looking it up because I was like, isn't marriage on the rise again? And do you know what age group is in the time frame in which people get married? 28 to 32 is Gen Z. So that's why I'm like, they're actively now getting married and rejecting the life patterns of the Gen X that Bo was talking about. Whom are their parents, mind you? They see that their relationships were messed up. They don't even drink. Drinking is down what, 52%? So
Yeah.
it's there right now. What I'm telling you is they are looking at the mistakes and being able to articulate them, the mistakes their parents made, and they're looking at the people who have the most, right? Submission. I think I'm gonna agree with Bo. Stop talking about gender roles. There's no such thing. These are all natural roles. I
No.
use the term natural roles because what really ends up happening is that while people are single with no kids, that's when all this subjectivity comes around. I want to do what I want to do. I want to be married and still go to Tulum with my homegirls. The second a woman has children, she kind of becomes more of a traditional version of a woman. The reason, right when women start tripping, is when they have that first child and they realize they should make a man take more of the burden in the household because they want to stay home with the child. They want to impress on the child. Now their work days hit them a little harder because the kid's crying at daycare and stressing her out at night when she's trying to sleep. This is really when tradition starts to hit people in their brain like, I think I had it the wrong way the whole time. This is the way life is supposed to be. 66% of women in the UK now want to stay home. 60% of women in the US now want to stay home, despite telling us all that you wanted to be independent. All right. So Gen Z is rejecting the behavior patterns of their parents.
They
It
come to
takes a
church
while
in
to turn the ship
droves, trust
around,
me.
but that ship is turning.
They come to church in droves, and that's the thing we don't understand. And they are joining church every single week in droves. They are now singing. They're more preaching. Younger guy preached, did the daggone thing. He was a Gen Z in his 20s. They are coming back, because I can tell you they are really getting out here in the real world. And just like Mike said, they really are. I'm talking about they get up there, have confessions, like, this is what. This is what I don't want to go down this road. I do want to change. Every single week we get tons of people that join our church, and they be from that Gen Z. We had a whole football team that joined a few months ago. A whole entire football team came and joined the church. Little young boys. So no, they're they're getting it in order. They are. We don't see it because the ratchet ones put the stuff out on the internet. But be honest with you, I'm around the Gen Zs that Laisha. I don't know them. I know the ones that's getting married. I know the ones that are wives. I know the ones who I just don't know this ratchet style. Oh, I don't care if my man pay another woman bills. I don't see it.
They weren't. That's not real. Women don't know what they were talking about. This is what I think they talking about is women
I
who
wasn't
date
talking
a
about
man.
something that I know, like somebody that I know personally. All I'm
Well,
saying
yeah.
is that I am speaking right now in this moment from a perspective of like, a lot of times it just kind of feels like if it's not what we think it's supposed to be, we're having a conversation that doesn't include like, oh, we don't like your mindset. We're not including you in the conversation. We're acting like you don't exist. We're acting like your opinions may not even be like opinions of people for real. Nobody thinks like this. It's just what we think. It's just what the married people think. It's just what the people that have been married think. It's just like, there are a bunch of people that have like, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying like, this is supposed to, I thought at least it was supposed to be a conversation about a lot of diversity. And it usually just kind of turns into when somebody throws out that one diversity opinion, a dog pile of like, that can't be right. That doesn't exist. You must hang out at the wrong spots. You must know the wrong people. No, there are people that exist that like,
but that's not
the person that pulls up at the gas
That's my
station next
point,
to you
though.
doesn't have to be married, doesn't have to run their marriage the same way, may not think like you or any of these things. And I'm just saying that like, a lot of what we're talking about, we're only talking about it from the perspective of like, everybody just on here is like, we're,
that's not the majority.
Let me get a quick check-in.
I know people that's in their 60s and 70s who always live swinger lives. So you can't say that old people just live in old stuff. There's some swingers, and we got to go and Atlanta's big for the stuff like that. So and so I know people personally, they've always been these swinging couples, and these are older people. It's not that we try to tell people what to do, because I have a nephew that's 22. He's married. They live a totally different life. He and his wife and their child. That's not what we do. That's not what older people. We're not running around here telling you, well, you don't live this way, then it's not going to be wrong. Because it's a whole bunch of.
Yeah, that's crazy. Let me try and throw
some swings.
Yeah, out here in Atlanta.
Oh, it's a lot of swingers in Atlanta.
I saw how we just glazed over that. So I just.
Well, the thing is, I used to drive ride share at one point, so I would meet a lot of people. Yeah,
in their 60s.
They have a club here, like that's dedicated.
Let me excuse me. Let me try and get Sierra, Shan, or Lady Diane. Do either one of y'all have anything to say? I know we icing you out.
So I just wanted to say, I understand what you're saying, and I want you to understand that there's always been groups of people who have always thought the way that, I don't want to say outsiders because they're not really outsiders, just have they have a difference in opinion. That's the 50s, 60s, has always been, all these people have always existed. So I get what she's saying. She's just saying that she wants to be heard too, because her opinion is a lot different from ours. So she just wants this platform to be an opportunity so that if she's on that side, hey, I want to show why my opinion is valid and why I choose to move the way that I move. I think that's what she's saying. Even if we don't agree with it, because I agree that I'm around Gen Z all the time. My son is Gen Z, and so
But we're not doing that. We're talking about marriage. How you function in your marriage is up to you. I'm still talking about the unity of a marriage, man, woman, and child getting together. We're having babies. So why can't we have this conversation? I don't give a fuck.
But what she's saying is she wants us to be open to.
I don't care what young people do in their personal lives. I don't care if she work and he don't work. I don't care about none of that. That's not my point. I don't care if she like to go out every night and he like to go out every night. I don't care about what they do in their marriages. I don't care about that. They act like we are telling the younger people, she should just be able to cook and clean, and he should do all the work. And this is what we used to do back in the day. And we didn't. That's not what most older people are telling the younger people. We're not telling them that. What we telling y'all to keep your freaking legs closed because y'all doing way more fucking, and you having way more kids, and you got rings on your finger. That's basically what we telling y'all. I don't care about all this other stuff. Y'all the one out here and complaining because y'all have a high body count, all these men you sleeping with and got babies by guys. How you don't like the guy after you done slept with him? Make that shit make sense. I'm really not trying to hear that. After you done slept with him, now all of a sudden he ain't treat me right. You done slept with him already. That's my.
You got what you want, but did you get what you want?
I tell black women all the time to keep your legs closed. That's the biggest thing with black women. I tell black women all the time, you look better as wives than baby mamas. That's what I tell black women. That's what I tell. I don't care what you do when you get married. That's my point.
I think that's a part of
excellent. Let me check with Sierra, then you got it dope in him after that. You got something you want to get out to Sierra?
I'm gonna cuss no more. I did. Okay.
Sierra, did you have something you were trying to contribute?
I just want to say that there should be room for the people who didn't have guidance. There should be room for the people who didn't have parents. There should be room for the people who are trying to learn and who are trying to do the right thing or who are trying to understand. There should be room for the people who literally grew up and lost all of that. There should be people. There should be room for people who come from all lifestyles. There are people who have lost their parents at a very young age. There are people who have watched their parents pass. There are people who have gone through hell with their parents. There are people who have been abused by their parents. And so when we put all of these factors into play and then we put expectations on people as well, it's not fair to the people who have literally lived lives of trauma. And we don't include in the conversation.
If that same person commit a crime, do you think the court's gonna say, well, she didn't come from a good home or her parents died young, they're gonna lock you up? No, you get one mistake. We're talking about older people that are adults that know right from wrong. We gotta stop that.
That's the rigidity.
Okay, hold on. Before we all get into hemp and then dope.
Okay.
Yeah. Real dope just got his slew my G.
I appreciate it. I think it's something in what everybody is saying. I know when I was a little bit younger, and I think just in general with people, if they feel like you're not listening to them, it's a wrap, right? And older people tend to come off like they're not listening to you, and they just kind of like try to prescribe you certain advice, and they don't listen to you, and it's just like, so as soon as you come off like that, younger people are like, oh, I'm out of here. I'm done. I ain't even listening no more to what you got to say. I say it all the time. When my mom told me when I was younger, under no circumstance do you ever hit a woman. I said, I can't listen to you. I'm like 6. I'm like, no circumstance? No, I can't even listen to you. Because there's some reasons I can think of why I would hit a woman. So I was like, I can't listen to you because she wasn't listening to me. So like when you come off like you're not trying to have a conversation, like tell me what you think first. Tell me your experiences, and I'm gonna try to tell you prescribe remedies, possibly, right? But you got to listen, because the marriages that we have today are not going to be the marriages from 20 years from now. The marriages from 20 years from now are not going to be the marriages from 40 years from now, right? So like, even the idea with like, when we tell, like, it's a lot of women who, like she just said, a lot of people, men too. I got baby moms. Like she said, when she said, some people didn't come from certain places, that they didn't come from the same place as you, so they might not have the same guidance as you, right? That matters, lady. We're not the courts. Like you don't have a gavel, right? You're just a person. You're an older person who should try to give guidance when you can, right? Now you can't tell a girl who already got a kid, I'm gonna give you guidance by saying you shouldn't have had a kid already. That's not guidance. You try to help her move forward. You try to help her
for future generations, not nobody on this panel. I'm talking about accountability. Hold on. I'm talking about accountability. I'm talking about we cannot continue to give people multiple classes. I had one kid. I was like her. I had a kid out of wedlock too, but I didn't have all my kids out of wedlock. I'm talking about those situations. And the thing is, you said I always give younger people guidance. They do listen to me. But if you don't want to listen to whoever, you're gonna learn the hard way. Don't complain about the results. Don't come to us whining and want us to fix you. That's my whole point. You gotta understand, I did my part. I raised 4 sons. So I did my part. They didn't get none of y'all pregnant, they didn't marry you. So we can sit up here and run these games if you want to and tell me I don't guide. I did a damn good job. That's your problem. You're complaining about the end result, not me.
No, I totally understand. Now, if people complaining about decisions that they're making over and over again, absolutely 1,000%, right? But you got certain people who are not, like, for example, somebody in the comments said, "Oh, you got 3 baby moms, you did it 3 times." I got money. My kids live an amazing life, right? Like, my kids is the most popular kids in school. Like, my kids go to every after. Like, I don't got no problems. Like, I spend more time with my kids than people than a stay-at-home mom, because I'm a stay-at-home dad. Like, I make my money from home. Like, I'm picking my kids up from school. I'm dropping them off to school. We going to jujitsu practice, right? Like, I'm with my kids 24/7. But people will look at it like, "Oh, you got," like, it's more than one way to skin a cat. Like, it's more than one way to skin a cat. That's all that people are saying.
Whatever they're gonna do to make themselves
and I believe in marriage. I believe in families. Look, but
I'm just saying, don't complain about your result. Don't put your
I agree with you. Don't complain.
On somebody else. I did not come from the best background. I did not start out good. I just knew I ended good. So my thing is this: we can keep running around here trying to coddle people, but these are adults. And as long as you know how to open and have sex, we cannot continue to coddle people. Everybody comes from a bad background. I have a dead brother. I have a child that unalive in my stomach. I've been there, done that my damn self too. But I'm not complaining about my bad results.
Well, Lady O, how long did it take you to get to those results?
This is the thing about.
How long did it take you to get to those results?
Is trying to say something.
Hold on. The problem is when we say people did it wrong. That's the problem.
I wasn't 15. I wasn't 35.
Marcus is trying to say something.
Yeah, Hemp was next, and then from there you can ask the rest of the question.
So, Lady O, I don't disagree with you, right? I guess my question is, do you want to resonate with the youth? Do you want them to hear and understand what it is you're saying?
Yeah, I do all the time. It's just
no. I'm asking, do you? Are you saying yes?
Yeah,
because
I do all the time.
I know, like my father, he just want to get his shit off. He don't give a fuck if you agree or not. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And so he gonna say, well, I understand what that means. I guess we have to understand the effectiveness of it, though, right? And so I'm pretty rigid with the kids I coach high school football, right? So I'm literally entwined with them, you know. But I think Sierra deserves a few follow-up questions. When we don't follow up, we just leverage the opportunity to tell her what we think is right, right? So there's a question: why? Why? Well. Now I was just asking you a couple questions, right? But like I would ask her why, right? And then when does grace abound? And then how do we leverage trauma in terms of what grace this person should get as opposed to the other? Because we all have traumatic experiences that we think are the worst.
Well, the thing is, she's not complaining.
Well, no, this is more for Sierra. Well, Lady O, right? So this is more for Sierra, right? But this is my point. Yeah, my questions. I was done when I was asking you those questions, but I'm now, because these are a few things that should have happened, so we can mine through the subject and still get to the point that you landed on, but you have to first navigate it and mine it through, right? And we can get her to see the error of giving grace to everybody, as opposed to just saying don't give grace to everybody, right? We got to walk people through and make them think it's their idea.
Well, the thing is, I did what I did. This is the thing. I don't coddle, right? The thing is, this is a hard.
Me neither. That's not what we're talking
This
about.
is okay, but it is because you want me to. Okay, look, I wasn't talking about her. She has not. She's shown that she's accountable for the things that she did in her past. I'm talking about from the generations under us. I talked to them a whole lot, way more than you realize.
Why'd you say coddling though?
Well, I think when you say that, oh, we gotta give people grace because they came from a certain. No, we don't.
I didn't say that though.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying something that she did say. That's when I said that.
Dr. Lady O, you just said when I said, right? So now me and you are having a conversation, which is great now, right? So I don't believe in coddling either. So where do we go from there?
Okay, then I don't owe nobody grace because they came from a bad background. That's not my responsibility or my problem.
Did you do everything you've achieved by yourself?
Mostly, yeah. But I also had, my ex-husband, my kids, and so I raised kids.
Did anybody ever give you a second chance?
Not really. I bust my ass in life. That's for sure.
Okay. Well, then if you're saying that you did it all by yourself and nobody ever gave you a second chance,
second chance is like what though? Because I married and I divorced and my ex-husband.
You had a kid, yeah, whatever the things are.
Yeah, okay. Well, I got married and I had kids, but be honest with you, after that, I pretty much, me and my ex-husband basically just co-parent and raised our kids to the best of our abilities. But be honest with you, I heard more no's than I heard yeses. That's the truth. That's what made me get out here and bust my tail.
And this is what I was saying earlier, right?
Criticism in life. So the thing is, it'll make you a stronger person. Everybody, you would never ever get a chance to please everybody. It's just not how life works.
You misunderstand strength, right? Because what happens is our experience should be everybody else's, and then we project it on. That's what's happening. You can't see it because you never received it, right? And as Black people, we put so much strength in going through diabolical shit, right? We think that the only way we triumph is through trauma, and we do ourselves a disservice. Now, I agree with you overwhelmingly, but there's a way in which you deliver the information, right, to really resonate with people, and I just wonder if that's the goal.
No, because let me tell you why. When I do, no matter how I come off, there is always the message, okay? I've talked to women in the most nice sort of way. It's never, ever my tone. It's 99.99% the message. We got to stop, okay? At the end of the day, it's the message. But again, the thing is that I worked hard in life. That's just the bottom line. I didn't sit up here and use my, these traumas or whatever to say, oh, this is going to hold me back. You keep going. This is why I say I never raised my sons with trauma. I didn't tell them the things that I went through as a child. I raised them as a mother should. So this is the thing. I didn't, Sierra, she didn't seem to me that she was complaining about her thing. She seemed like she took accountability. I wasn't really talking about her at all anyway. I'm talking about for the younger women out here that's out here doing all this screwing. I was talking about anybody on this panel. You took it that way. I wasn't talking to her.
Took it? What you mean by that?
But because you got people watching. You got hundreds of people watching this show. I'm talking to the younger girls out here who are out here that's really thinking, the body count. I'm talking about them, not talking about
But it's a misconception, right? And so it's pure speculation.
That's not my problem, though.
Well, no. I'm saying no. You have a misconception, right? So when we start looking at the numbers, teen pregnancy is down.
I know that it ain't never been a big thing.
But what I'm saying is, if you always
really
talking,
the people
Bougie,
that are watching this show are a part of the problem because they're on here every day of the week.
Bougie.
They're not sleeping with anybody.
Bougie, that's rude.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry, right? Y'all do it on purpose.
This is. I'm confused as to what she's saying.
Right,
that's why I'm trying to get clarity.
Okay, say that again.
I'm saying
Hemp wasn't done speaking yet, and I was trying to pull a poor lady up by accident.
That's all good. I kind of lost my train of thought. I just say this, right? I'm heavy-handed with the kids, but one thing I believe in is you don't cuss them if you don't love them, right? And so there's a rapport built to where I can be heavy-handed, right? I can be direct, but you haven't built up rapport, and we just leverage our experience onto others and think it's gonna resonate, and that's where we fall short when we giving advice. Right, I'm not a graceful person in life, so when people talk about grace, that's not even how I conduct myself. But I understand about conveying a message to people that come from different generations, different walks of life.
Okay, well, I
I'm
check
good,
my
Marcus.
box and I get messages from younger people all the time, so I really don't care.
Yeah,
At the end
Cowboy
of the
Monkey.
day, my message is my message. At the end of the day, I'm not going to change
Yeah.
that at all.
You
My
sound like these young girls.
Huh?
I said what I said. That's your
I
energy.
didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
No, I said you sound like these young girls. That I said what I said
Oh,
energy. You just
oh, I didn't hear that part.
You got the
That's
old school. I
fine.
said what I said energy.
Oh, well, I didn't hear. Okay, that's fine. But you know, but the thing is, that this is the thing. Everybody's tone is different. We can't expect everybody to have this subtle tone to get across, because everybody takes information differently. At the end of the day, you'll be surprised how people will suck up information when they really want to learn. So that's my thing. But I wasn't being rude or disrespectful. I was really making a point about women should keep their legs closed and stop sleeping with guys that they don't. I'm just saying that's just the biggest thing. That's my biggest gripe with a lot of stuff. So I wasn't talking about anybody on this panel. That's y'all taking everything too far, not me. That's y'all.
Yeah, nobody said that.
You did
Y'all
just
taking
show
it
us.
way too far.
You did just
Okay,
give us
boo-
an
boo-
Y'all
example
going
of.
way off the whole my whole entire point. Y'all taking it off the mark. Y'all
But
took
you,
it off, not me.
you did just give us an example of how you just don't listen to. You never really take advice on here, from what I see. Most of the time, you are because we all can learn the same way that you say, "Oh, it don't matter how I say it. It's what I said," so that they can take you just like the younger people who you
Learn
coach and
how.
who you
What
talk
can
to.
you teach me that I have not been through in life?
See, that's the thing right there. You don't think that you can learn, so you're God.
You up on someone older.
You've reached
Absolutely,
whatever
I can.
point that God is. Whoever God
Absolutely,
is,
I
that's
can.
who you think you are right now. Because
And
you
maybe
said
some
you can't teach.
technology from younger people, but I already know AI myself because that's what I work with as well.
Listen,
But I'm just saying, I'm talking about life experiences. I'm not going to learn from you all. There's nothing you can freaking teach me. I have kids older than you. And I'm not trying to shame you. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to shame you, but I'm saying I'm at a different part of life. But someone older than me, yes, they can very well teach me because I'm not there yet. And I say that all the time. If you listen to any of my content on TikTok.
So a younger person can't, but Lady O, a younger person can teach you.
What you say,
Right now,
literally displaying behavior, she trying to shame. Okay.
right
Yeah,
now, Lady O, it seems like you talking a lot. Like you giving me like a headache. It's too late. You talking a
Well,
lot.
they keep asking me stuff.
No,
So
but you still talking a lot. Like you still
okay, that's
talking right
fine.
now. I can't even
Know.
say nothing. You feel what I'm saying? I haven't said nothing for a while. I'm saying that a young person can teach an older person. I understand you've been through life. You have a lot of kids that got married, right? You talk about all the success, right? All the stuff that you have established. But because the world is evolving, people that are younger can teach you, right? Now, are you saying in general, or are you just talking about relationships when you say young people can't teach you? Please, yes or no?
No.
To the relationship or in general? Can they teach you? In general. So who taught you how old are you? Do you mind if I ask?
I'm 53.
Sorry. How old?
I'm 53.
Okay, so back in the day, I know, like, I'm a millennial, so it came from dial-up connection. Now we on Wi-Fi, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me you kept up with all the times, and nobody in your family that's younger than you taught you how to use electronics or anything like that?
No, I'm an iPhone user. I teach AI classes. I'm creating AI courses now. I learned a lot of stuff on my own. But I also
Okay,
said
but you
younger
don't
people
have
can
the
teach
same,
me technology, if anything, yeah.
Hold on. But you don't have the same upbringing as, let's say, I do. I know you don't. Me and you have different upbringing. So
It doesn't matter. I still have to keep up, though.
Huh?
I still have to keep up. Has nothing to do with it.
But I'm saying I can still teach you. You didn't grow up
You
like
can
I did.
teach me technology. I think you can.
I ain't
Yeah.
talking about just technology. We said in general. Remember, you just said that. I could teach you things that you haven't been through that I've been through.
Like what?
How many states you lived in? I lived in a lot of. I lived in 10.
Okay, well, I lived in 5 states.
But I'm saying
you're 27. I'm 53.
I'm not. I get
It's
your
still
age.
not the
This is
same
the problem I
somehow.
don't like with people that's older, because it's not just you. It's a lot of people your age that say that. Like, if I say something to somebody and they never learned it, right? Then it's like, oh, you can't tell me nothing. But when they hear that shit on Instagram, oh, look at this. Oh, look what I learned. But I just said that to somebody. Like, I'm just saying, there's things online that you learn that young people can tell you straight to your face, but you're saying that you're younger than me, so I can't learn from you. That's a terrible mindset. Therefore, you shouldn't be teaching nobody nothing.
First of all, First of all, my manager is younger than me, so that's false. So of course, there's going to be things, parts of the job that she's going to come to me with and say, "Hey, this is something new that we're implementing." And I also said technology, but we're talking about life, marriage, and relationships. No, I'm not going to listen to you like ever.
Okay, before y'all keep going back and forth with this,
And don't get on to me
Bougie, I know
about
you
that.
had a
This is my
question.
life. Live your life.
No, no,
Everybody
no.
like different. Different. How you
Hold on
gonna
one
teach
second,
me?
Lady O. Lady O,
I
hold
don't
on one second.
understand.
Bougie, I know you had something you wanted to say when Hemp was speaking. I know it was a minute ago, but you still got that thought in your brain?
No, me,
No,
Marcus.
no.
Oh, sorry.
Bougie,
Oh yeah,
Bo, and
Bougie
then
was trying
you
to.
got another video, Jr. After Bo. You can just pull it up after she gets what she has to say.
I that was the rigidity I'm talking about. That was the older people do not listen to children. Older people think that what they know is what is. What they've been taught is what is. And there's nothing outside of that. There's nothing new that they could possibly learn from anyone that's younger than them. That is the unhealthy, toxic mindset of older people that I talk about. The one thing that I'm always an advocate of is people have to be their own people. I don't tell anybody to not think something. What I give is another perspective. And I take in perspectives from everyone else because if it's valuable, I can use that. And so I don't tell people that what they think is necessarily wrong. I can say it doesn't work for me. It don't sound right for me. But Laisha could absolutely teach me things. Dope Dad can teach me things. Like I'm one of the oldest people up here. Y'all can teach me things. It is that rigid, toxic, closed off mindset of the people of my generation and before that is harming the younger generation. It is telling them basically what Lady O just said is that younger people are useless to her. And she is the one that imparts the wisdom on them. And I think that that is very wrong and harmful because you're telling them that they don't matter and what they think is it doesn't matter. You need to tell them because that has been said. No, you don't tell me anything. I tell you because I'm older than you by like 8 years. But it just, I think that we can all do. My message is always we need to listen to each other because everyone has a perspective that matters. Everyone has valuable information and wisdom to impart that actually does matter, but we do not have to live each other's lives.
So, question.
All of our things matter. All of our values matter. All of our thoughts matter.
Okay,
We
so
need to stop
question.
closing people off.
Okay. Well, okay, so why is it okay for y'all to say y'all can tell me stuff, but I can't tell y'all anything? Why it's for the older generation? Y'all just said that whatever the older generation tell y'all, that it's not y'all world. We live differently. So the thing is, that is a contradictory. At the end of the day, when it comes to life,
They didn't say that. I said that.
we are okay, well, whoever. This is the thing. I live my life. I'm not working 3, 4, 5 jobs a day, a week. Like there's nothing literally for real you really can teach me.
Lady,
Now,
oh, you still young.
technology though. I did
You
say
got so
technology.
much life to live. You got a lot. You not old.
Y'all say I am, so let
And you
y'all tell
you
them I'm
you are
old as
not
what.
old.
Oh, for sure.
20 more years.
Sure.
Thank you,
You
Daddy.
you
I'll
halfway
take
through your life.
that.
I know, right? Yeah, y'all say that now till I say something to piss y'all off. But my thing is this. This is the thing. This is the misconception. I do talk to people that's younger, and I said that earlier today. I talk to people that's much younger. I have friends who are in their 40s and 30, late 30s and 40s. I have friends in their 60s. The things that we talk about is definitely different, that's for sure. But be honest with you, my younger friends, they talk about things that I've already experienced, to be honest with you. And these are good people that love them to the moon and back. You could teach me about technology, but be honest, y'all can't teach me about life because you're not here.
And I know it's hard for y'all to understand that. It's extremely hard because you're not 53. You're not in your 50s. So until you get to my age, you cannot say how I gotta live my life. You're just not gonna do it. That's the end of the day.
I have a quick question, right?
I'm
So my question would be, why is it that people will say
Can you ever get off on me
Gen
after
Z,
this?
like Gen Z is lost, or like younger millennials are lost, right? As if they can't be lost coming to ask a certain person for advice. Like, oh, I have younger people that come and ask me for advice. Oh, those must be the good ones. No, they could be lost too. They could be asking the dead ass wrong person for advice. They could be lost, dumb as hell, out their mind,
But what
just
do I
like you
tell y'all?
said. But now all of a
What
sudden,
do I
because they
tell
come
y'all
and
that's
ask
wrong?
people for
What do
advice,
I tell
or they
y'all that's
think the way
wrong?
you lived your
What
life
do
is
I
right,
tell
now they're
y'all
not
that's
lost
wrong?
anymore.
What do I tell the younger women that's wrong? I'm an
I'm not
advocate for
saying
marriages.
literally
I'm an
you.
advocate for marriages.
That was a
Y'all the ones
question
keep
for
having kids out of
everyone.
wedlock. What do I tell y'all that's wrong?
That wasn't specifically for you. That was
Oh
a question
no,
for
baby.
everyone.
I've been in
Because people say that all the
relationships
time on
all the
here,
time.
that they say all the time, well, people ask me for advice, people ask me for marriage advice, relationship advice, da da
I
da.
don't get
But
marriage
then they'll
advice.
say,
I don't get
I'm
marriage
not
advice.
saying you.
Okay.
I'm saying in general, like I've heard people say that. But then they also judge younger people saying this is a lost generation. They can still be lost, because if that's like if somebody who's 19 thinks that they should go and ask NBA YoungBoy for advice, and NBA YoungBoy is like, oh yeah, they're not lost because they came to me. No, you're not the pinnacle of perfection. They're still lost because like it's almost like you're justifying, not you literally, but people justify, and they're like, oh, these people aren't lost anymore because they came to me and they're gonna find the way. No, they're lost still. Like, I don't get that.
I
Like,
will
people
say
use
this.
themselves as this, like, oh, you got it right because you came and asked the right person. No.
No, that's not true. Okay, well, whatever you say. But this is the thing. Can y'all please get off me? Because y'all got me all twisted. That's not how I am. I'm going to let it go. I don't tell you no wrong. So have a... I'm done. That's fine. Whatever y'all say about Lady O, that's fine.
Okay, JR, you got that the next video prepped up?
On as hell. Don't y'all realize that this is what dudes do? Why do y'all fall for this shit over and over again? Oh, he was like this in the beginning. Have an understanding that he's going to be like this in the beginning. Pay attention to the second phase of the relationship that you're in, whether you're a man or a woman. Everybody does it. Women do the same shit. Why do y'all fall for it? Because just like you said, you call her, being victimized by this.
It sounds like victim.
Sounds like, yeah. I didn't want to say she was a victim, but men understand that women are going to placate and act like, they're not a hoe or they're not this or not that. But at the end of the day, we don't demonize the women for that.
Well, we do.
On.
No, niggas do it too. You up here act. You ain't never met niggas. They be in the comment section bitter as fuck.
They ain't got no women. That's
they do. I'm telling you.
The men who have not been in relationships do that.
The worst. I'm being hyperbole, but the worst type of man to me is a man that actually tried. He actually loved that woman. He was actually ready to commit to that woman. He was 100% invested, and she broke his heart.
Yes.
Now that man, now that man turns into that man that's over-correcting, over-course correcting. Now that's where the bitterness comes from. Now that's where the womanizing comes from. That's where I don't love these hoes no more. Like, we always think that men, hold on, let me finish. We always think that these men just are bred this way by their mamas, and some of them are. But some of these people came in relationships with a pure heart, and they left cold, just like women. And then, so now when you get into the men that are in these comment sections, the men that are rooting for women to fail, the men that feel like in relationships, women are second-class citizens, you better not really love them like that. It's just your turn, bro. This is because it's an internalized hurt that they haven't healed from. So I believe just like women may, and I'm gonna go back to another point that you made. Well, why would you say we do it too? I'm gonna tell you this. There is this romanticization of relationships that we fall into, right? So we fall into the lust of it. We fall into, the story of it, how that person made you feel. and we both are staying trying to get that old thing back. It's like a drug. It's that high you want to keep chasing. And here's the thing with women and men, we have to be realistic. When you said, you know, I found this person and we believed you who you were who you are. Oftentimes people are not presenting themselves to us. They are, but we're putting other things on this person that they didn't say, do. We putting our own ideas about where we want them to be. We are planning our futures together with this person. And so now, yes, did this person present their red flags automatically when you first started the date? Probably not. But did we know that they were there?
But sometimes it's not even like the red flags. They always talk about, oh, the reason why marriages break up is because of income, is from finances, it's about money. When myself personally, and I don't know, we got to pull the stats on this one day, it's really about marriages are failing because people do not know how to grow in parallel with each other. One person's growing, one person stops. You don't know how to play the back fiddle while I'm doing this, while I'm, doing what I have to do. And I think that like not growing in parallel makes you stay in a relationship because you are now searching for the person that you had before. You're searching for that same person, but the growth of it is growing in parallel to each other. Maybe it's like, hey babe, I want to start a hot dog stand. Okay, so I'm gonna work and then you gonna stay home and then we gonna do, it's the growing in parallel. And a lot of people they're not able to withhold that in their relationship.
How y'all feeling about that?
You got a question for JR or just a sentiment?
No, I just in general, man. It's the last play, man. Just popcorn style.
I think that was two different points that was made during that. She came with another one and he was starting. It was like maybe more than two. It was several more than.
Yeah. Is it like the archetype of how somebody, like what somebody's villain arc is as a man? Like he gets hurt and then he becomes a villain? I don't know if I have to mind it out in my head if that's the majority of men. Is that what actually happens? And what makes a man a villain? Like what type of behavior would be considered villainous behavior?
I think probably selfish behavior, probably like moving without caring about others, maybe. Like for example, when we a player, it's like I don't really care, like, how shorty feel. It's just like, yo, I'm moving around. I don't really care about, what they got going on. Maybe that, might play a part.
But real dope, even in that archetype, she's a willing participant. She's having sex with you without any commitment, without any agreement.
Mm-hmm.
So how does he become a villain in that instance? You see what I mean?
Yeah. I think when it comes to like, I know typically as men, I'm not gonna say as men, I'm say as at least for my experience, I knew exactly how women was going to act after we did what we did, right? After I knew exactly how they was going to act, but I didn't care, right? I knew they was going to like the fuck out of me, but I didn't care, and I think most men probably don't, and we kind of it's like we always know what we're doing. We always kind of like got these puppet strings where it's like, all right, like I'm gonna deal with you for a few weeks, for maybe a month. I'm gonna become a little bit inconsistent, so you can start looking elsewhere and get off my line. And then I'm gonna come back probably 4 months from now. What's up, big head? You won't try and but I'm gonna penetrate whatever type of defense you give me, and I'm gonna be right back in there. And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's just an example. I'm trying to process it with y'all.
No, dead ass. I catch a drift. I just wonder, is that because of lack of her self-control though? So we mutually have sex, which is mutually beneficial, right? And then she has a connection out beyond the sex, right? But you never told her it was anything else but that. I just don't see how, because of what I'm questioning is villain. You see what I mean? That's why I'm kind of looking at it in that way.
But that is villainous though. Like you have to think. So you as a man know when a woman is interested in you and you have zero intentions on doing anything but having a physical relationship with her. You say that she's a willing participant. You know that she likes you. And so that so she can maintain proximity to you. She just kind of allows certain things. But you as a man do not care about how that woman is attaching herself to you. You do not care enough to tell her, hey, it's this ain't, I know you like me, but this not what I'm on.
What are the
Like
certain things?
I'm just here physically.
What are
You
the certain things though that you said that she's doing certain things? What are the certain things?
What do you mean? I
You
just said
think she's doing certain
she
things? What are the certain things?
allows certain things to happen, is what I'm
Like
saying.
what?
She allows men to just get away with certain, ignoring her or whatever the case may be, because she likes something in you. I don't listen. Women like different things and different men. Women let different things slide. I don't know. I'm just saying this is a blanket statement.
She's saying that women allow men not to be committed to them, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, let's not act like men are going to be committed without getting sex anyway. That's not going to happen. I don't know why we play those games.
I think we got to make a distinction though, between. So I'm not saying that the man is wrong, and from a. I'm not absolving the woman of accountability.
Right.
She has her own place to be held accountable for herself. You were stupid. You're going into these situations and you're not thinking. You're giving up all of your leverage and all that. She got to be accountable for herself. But I'm just kind of processing. All right, what was our villain era? What was our villain origin story? Because when we're going about things and we like, of course you're not wrong. You can't be sent to jail for it because you're not technically wrong. You didn't break no laws or nothing like that. But were you operating in a way where you didn't care about the people around you? Which is like, we all live in a society. If I go outside and I drop trash on the ground, it's like I'm not caring about my neighbor, if that makes sense. Like if you're moving selfishly, I think that can be considered like maybe a villainous, story.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I
what I'm
see.
saying. That's part of what I was saying. Like,
Couple more back and
you
forth.
know that this girl likes you and you don't plan on doing
She's
nothing.
leveraging, but she's trying to leverage sex to get a relationship. And see, that's the part that is being misconstrued, right? So then, but the key is, well, that's a terrible game to play, right? So
I didn't say that it was.
Nah,
I'm just
100%. But here's the thing, right? As we have a constructive back and forth, right? To where you say you agree that she's leveraging sex to access a relationship from that man, right? I can't then put a negative jacket on him, right? Because she think that's going to get the relationship that is not even confirmed for her. You can't you can't, but you can't then put villain on him. Feel me? That's what dope, real dope, and I were conversing about the villain portion. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm just saying, if there was, because I don't know, right? I'm just saying, like, if I were to identify it, that is what I'm identifying it as. I'm not absolving.
That's a close correlation.
I'm not absolving the girl from anything. I'm just saying what is. Like, I'm just stating like objective facts about.
If you try to like identify it, you would kind of put it. Okay.
And so both of them have the responsibility in that. Like, she has a responsibility to not be played and not leverage sex for a relationship, because that's what young girls think. They think I got the best out here and he gonna fall in love with this once he get it, blah blah blah. That
should be trash. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, it does happen. And so yes, she is at fault for that, but he is also at fault for not being like, I ain't even on that type of time. If you want to stay and if you want to keep giving it to me, that's one thing, but I ain't gonna never be with you. That I'm talking about black and white. Men have a responsibility to do that, but women also have a responsibility to keep their legs closed sometimes. Yeah, sure.
And if I can give you the vice versa, right? The vice versa would be if there was a man who was leading with his money because he's stupid, right? And he think that's going to get the woman that he want, and that's going to get a woman to like him. And a woman is there like, I'm going to play the game and I'm going to take all your money. I'm going to suck you dry. I'm going to play the game, right? When she looks back at herself, she should hold herself accountable, at least mentally, of like, who was I at this point in time? How have I changed? How have I gotten better? Because I was just using men for their money. I knew he liked me. I didn't give a fuck about that. He led with his money. I thought he was corny, and I still, took advantage.
Go ahead, Sharon.
I'm glad you said that, because I was gonna say the exact same thing. And it could be just a woman, if he's just nice to her. We talk about these women who go on these little dinner dates and they don't want anything, but they want that meal. It's the same thing, just vice versa. But I would say that this is why hookup culture does not work. Men and women think totally different. Not all women, because I know that there are some women who are down for the cause. Most women are going in with intent. They like you. If a woman opens her legs to you, more than likely she likes you. So she's thinking you guys are on the same page without even speaking of it. She's thinking, oh, we're dating. He likes me the same way. Because guess what? He's not going to go in a date and say, hey, I just want to. He's just not going to do that. Because if he were honest, that's what would happen at the table. It wouldn't be this relationship talk. It'd be like, I'm just going to be honest with you. I just want to, But men are not going to do that because they know this is not going to give them the same results if they don't play the role. They're going to cuddle with you, say all the things that they want to say. And that's when they become manipulators. Because they know it, because you're not. So are you saying, Hemp, that men are going in on the first day and saying, I just want to have sex with you?
Shan, first and foremost, good morning.
Good morning.
Shan, I hate when y'all discredit women.
No,
y'all. Let me, if you allow me to expound, right? It's like y'all say y'all got this intuition and y'all smarter than us and all that, but then y'all get bamboozled out your vaginas every time we turn around in these conversations. It just does. I think women are much more intelligent than that, right? Vagina equals leverage, and every other time until you open the legs up and let him put his penis inside you. That part I just can't give y'all.
Kim, let me ask you a question, Ham.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think dating was meant for sex, or do you think dating was meant for getting to know somebody for marriage? Just dating, in general, not what we're doing it today.
No, I heard the question. I heard
over the years. Do you think dating somebody was intentionally for sex, or has it always been just sex?
Hold on, Hemp. I don't think she knows what she just said. Now, are you talking about dating or courting?
Well, so dating is so in general. Real dope. Let me finish.
I don't think she knows the difference.
But you ain't have to go. We gotta build.
My bad.
Oh, Jesus.
But Shan, I already understood the question.
Hemp, let me just say this. Dating, courting, getting to know somebody over the years. Do you think that dating over the years, the centuries, was for hooking up, or do you think it was to move forward in a relationship to get to know somebody?
Perfect. And that's the thing, right? The words have meaning, right? So dating is a very new construct, right? So dating is a part of hookup culture, right? If people were put together by their families, right, for benefit outside of just those people being in love and shit like that. Dating is a very new construct, and dating leads to hookup culture, right? Because you have to sample it and test the waters before you commit. That is dating.
Well, as somebody who is probably one of the oldest people on this panel, besides because I think we're all on the same thing. Dating, I think more now is hookup. It has turned into this thing. We had dating in the 80s and the 70s, and it was not, I want to lay with you and just have sex. It was not like that.
Who?
So maybe it's evolved.
Who you talking about?
I think we dated with purpose.
Hold on. But then, lady, please let us take this walk. Let's have the dialogue, right, Shan?
Yeah, but let me finish first, and then we'll let you go, okay? So what I'm trying to say is, so the point is, who has changed? I'm telling you what women think, right? Because women are just not gonna. Most women are not just floozies by nature. They're not just gonna be out here having sex with everybody. That's most women. We understand that there are a few. But most women are not like that. So we can get on a better page. Now, what has happened? I get what you're saying. Women have to take accountability. We talk about this all the time. Women need to close their legs. That is the only way this is going to be fixed. It is not working in our favor. They are getting what they want, and we're not getting what we want. So the strategy that we're using is not working for us. We need to go back to the table. Let me just be honest with you, half of them faking anyway. That's just how much it's just now. You understand? Women like to please. They like to stroke the ego of men. Okay? That's what they do to try to get you to love on them. And they try to play this long game. Like, if I do this, you'll possibly come around. Come on, you've had a woman do this before. You know, these women, more women than not, if you've been in relationships, are doing it and they end up falling in love with you. They always think they can have their vagina on one side, their heart on the other side, and in actuality, they catch feelings because they're playing this game that they're not even prepared for, and they're losing. Absolutely. Women should take accountability for that. But I'm telling you, as a woman, and I talk to women all the time, most women, not all of them, most women are just not out in the streets just wanting to give it to everybody. They're giving it to you because they like you in some type of way. That's like their initiation of, okay, we've been chilling. I like hanging with him. I'm feeling some type of way with them. And that's just the reality.
Period.
It may not be right, but that's the reality.
Okay.
Period.
So you're justifying promiscuity though, right? And so this is what I ask you. You're saying that most women aren't like that. Aren't like what? Are they having sex with men that they are not attached to?
So it's so attached to.
So are they attached to these?
They are having sex with men they are not married to. Absolutely.
Okay, and so I don't understand the difference between having sex with one man or 10 men or 20 men. If you having sex with a man that has no intentions for you, what's the justification in that? Right now we can do. So hold on. So we can talk about who's a hoe or who's not. Right, that's subjective. But we can agree on that she's defiled, because she had sex with a man that had no intention for her. You can't skirt past that. So you trying to give brevity to one man or 10 men or 20 men. It's the same man who's willing, same difference to the man who's willing to marry you. So I reject that premise.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just telling you what's happening. I think that you're thinking I'm standing for it. I'm not. I'm just telling you what the streets, what's going on in these streets. Okay.
Okay.
So this is not my belief. I'm just telling you what is going on. It is not working for them. This is what a lot of women are doing.
So why are you telling me though? What makes you think that you know more than me in terms of that environment though?
Because you just said something totally different than I was saying, and that's why I told
but
you.
I was just making sure, responding directly to what you said,
no,
right?
And
in fact, I know the environment well, right? I'm a club DJ. I'm a Q. I play football in college, like all the stereotypical things that give you access. And I used to be much more handsome when I was 24.
So since you were handsome at 24, are you saying the women you slept with did not want to be in relationships with you?
Out of the many of them,
sure,
it probably 80 or 90% no. Because 50 of them, they didn't know my last name. You can't tell me that she wanted to be on some Huggy Bear shit with me. And this the truth, Shan, right? And Dope Dad can vouch, and JR and Mr. White. Oh, I say Mr. White, Marcus, right? You walk up to her and say, "Yo, just one time." I don't know why y'all be out here acting like niggas be selling the moon and the stars.
I'm just telling you from what I can't speak for all women. I clearly said this is not all women, right? But there are a lot of women who are in relationships for an extended period of time, whether there's a committed relationship or not, they're consistent with somebody, right? And it's just not leading to something. They want something, but that person doesn't want something. A lot of women are in that situation.
Yeah.
Right.
So just not to monopolize, and you can have it, Dr. Lady. I just want to make sure I can concede that a lot do it, right? Because a lot is slightly not quantifying anything. But if you say a lot, then I could give you that just so we can move the mic around. But yeah.
To clarify, because I know how like people like to put things in your mouth. I'm not saying I'm not vouching for that. I'm just pointing out that yes, we need to be accountable. We need to close our legs because that method is not working. It's not. I don't know how many times. I mean, this man just sat right here, pretty much was like, "Well, that's your fault. Your fault." Like, okay, and he's not wrong. It is our fault, right? He's not. So I wish we would just get it in our head. This method is not going to work. It is not. Why are you in a relationship where you are not getting what you want, but you're giving him everything that he wants, and that's your body, the most precious thing. Like, how does that make you feel to be sleep with a man for one night? He done sweated all over you and just walked away.
So I think that so basically, DJ Ham, you're just basically saying women you leveraging sex for leveraging sex to try to get a man. Basically, I definitely hear both of your points. But yeah, that's the thing. And see, this is the thing though. When we talk about this, when we talk about women keep their legs closed, then that's not traditional. I mean, we don't do traditional things anymore, And then you have men who there's some men who don't want to get in a relationship with a woman they have not smexed. So it is kind of like a two-way street. But I will say this: if you know you want to get married as a woman, as a younger woman, because I'm not talking about me 50+ year olds. I don't give a shit about that at my age. But so if you talking about a 20-year-old woman that want to get married, a 25-year woman that want to get married, and she give herself a 2-year time frame or a year, just say a year, because men know that they want to marry you early on. They will let you know. That's the whole thing I think women are missing. And you're talking to a woman who got 3 out of 4 married sons. They married my daughter-in-law. It took them months to say, this is who I'm about to marry. So if he's smexing you guys are having sex, and he has not let you know within that, I say 6 months, that you're gonna be, then you should be gone. You shouldn't be messing around him 3, 4, 5 years waiting on him to throw it in the towel. That's all I'm saying to some women, and maybe that'll help. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe y'all can teach me. Y'all say I don't want to learn from the younger people.
When
don't take all day to see some shit.
When y'all tell women to keep their legs closed, what do y'all mean? Do y'all mean like if you could give it more context
I'll
of
give
what
an
that means?
example. I think what I think that from this is from me looking down really, because I don't give a shit about women in their 50s. We just do what we do. But I'm talking about women that younger down.
Oh, what does that mean?
I'm just saying, people. I'm just saying, in your 50s, I just look at life differently. 50 plus.
I mean, in 50s, you
I
can just
don't
be
look at it
reckless.
no different. I think
No. Well, I mean, I'm just saying for virtue, because the younger you are, I'm just saying it's still a little different though. But most of us been married and stuff. But I'm saying for the younger woman who want to get married, when I say close your legs, I seriously mean close your legs. I think women are so quick to have sex with men, and then all of a sudden they don't like him. They have a lot of sex with men, and then all of a sudden they don't like him. These women would give a man a child and don't even like the guy. That is what I mean.
And
Now,
that's not what I mean.
The reason that I asked that,
what you mean too.
the reason that I asked that is because I believe that women should close their legs. But when I say it, I just mean be judicious with what you're doing, right? I don't mean be a virgin, right? I don't come from that cloth. I don't mean be a virgin. I just mean try your hardest to keep your body count as low as you can, right? And just be a little bit more careful with who you sleep with, and think about the goal that you want before you do it. That's what I mean when I say it. But some people mean like, yo, you need to be a virgin. You need to get married when you're 21.
Let me say what I mean. Let me just say what I mean real fast. What I
go
mean
ahead.
is, if you know that this is not everybody, because I'm not one of those people who's going to judge you, do what you do. What I'm saying is, if you know that you want to be married, move like you want to be married. You do not want to be at a party and you wish this guy you want to marry and his brother, cousin, everybody done slept with you. That is not a good look. Okay. You do not you need to be picky with your vagina. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. Now, if you're in a relationship with somebody, he's showing intent and you guys are moving like you want it, that's totally, that's up to you. But if you're just out here, again, if that's your thing, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about people who want to be married.
But Shane,
I personally believe that you're not going to get what you want if you're just out here doing
right
with everybody.
I think most women want to be married at some point. They just don't. A lot of them don't want to be married young. But at some point, I think the vast majority think in their head, I'm going to get married when I'm 32, 33, and I'm going to have a white picket fence, and I'm going to have a millionaire husband, and I'm going to be rich myself. They kind of think these things in their head. And but when they're young, they want to kind of live a little bit.
I disagree with that. I think that young girls do want to be married. Like I was like, in my early 20s, like, my husband, blah, blah, and I thought that I would be married before I turned 30. But there was no way I needed to be married to anybody. But like, yeah, I wanted to be married very early on in my 20s, but it just, you know, that's
But
another story for
we
another
got
day.
it. You
But
have
yeah.
to say, I can understand that. I definitely understand where you're coming from. I do want to say this because it's a double street when it comes down to that sex thing before marriage and everything. I don't really preach that too much, but I do preach that they should, like you say, I think real dope that they should definitely find somebody that they're going to that he has already made attention that he's going to marry you. The downside, you have guys out here literally making videos how they are telling women that they have marriage talks with women, nicknames for women. These are women that they're just playing around with. So you got these idiots running around here doing this to women as well. So it could be a tough for a woman. That's why I say we probably got to be a little stronger with that. But I always go back to the time frame. I always go back to if he could say he want to marry you, but if he has not made a move, I'm gonna give you 6 months, maybe a year. He playing with you. That's just my personal opinion. That's as a mother-in-law. That's somebody who I'm just saying they don't play around when they want to marry you. I mean, anybody can dispute me on that if they want, but I'm just saying if a man want to marry you, he know right on.
I'll dispute you on that only because I think that if a man can meet you, right, and
Mhm.
know that, and I can know that, like, yo, I can see myself marrying her right now. However, as you date, right,
Mhm.
Some things happen.
I don't know if I should marry you, right, and because a lot of women got a lot of work they need to do. They have a lot of work they need, especially if they with a man who considers himself masculine. He want to be the leader and all that type of stuff. A lot of women just aren't there early on. And as that relationship, kind of gradually, progresses, she gets better and better. And maybe then it's like, all right, now we can get married. But ideally, like when you first meet somebody, like, oh yeah, I can see myself marrying her. She got the look, she talks well. Oh, she's achieved things. She got the degrees and all that. She's been working. She's been doing her thing. And then you start to realize, oh, okay, we got some. You never been in a relationship with a real man before, like.
Can you answer that, DJ? How early on was it with you and your wife? I know you said you were married.
Oh, we got married within like 5 months.
There you have it.
I like her.
And I was
There's one thing though. And Jr. If you don't mind, I just want to, because there was a thing about this what you want to do, right? So this sect wants to get married, this sect doesn't. That doesn't work, right? Because let's say Sierra trying to get married, she keep her legs closed, but if the women next to her don't, what happens?
exactly.
If I'm a man, right, and I want to hold this woman to a standard, but then the men around me are gonna, and I hate the term, but just so we can flow the conversation, are simping for her. She's not gonna have to compromise with me or acquiesce to the standards, right? Because there's people around willing to not to uphold those things. So that's why when we don't have a standard baseline for most of us, we're gonna continue to fall short.
I agree with that. That's the problem.
That makes sense.
That's really the problem on why a lot of women who really do have a standard, they do want to be in a relationship. They understand that there's a possibility they may lose that guy to a person who's willing to do something that they're not willing to do. And people do lose that sometimes. But, it is what it is. Sometimes you got to lose it.
Yeah, I was trying to ask that question. So how do we get everybody? Is it possible for us to be on one accord
No,
to have a standard?
it's not. It's not possible at all. We can't even
That's
agree on
standard for what? Standard for what?
Had mentioned that, like, the reason, like, if you look at other cultures, some of them have standards and everybody follow those
most
rules.
of them have more standards than we do.
Like for the most part. So is it possible for us to start setting standards? Because we had these conversations and we don't even have an idea of what their standard is. So is it possible for us to come together?
You know what I think?
I was just all childish for telling the women to keep their legs closed. So no.
Sierra has a good point. I was reading her comment in the thing, so she wanted to elaborate on that. I'm listening. I always listen to younger people. I don't know what y'all took what I said earlier the wrong way. I said y'all can't tell me about marriages. I want
Hold on.
I want to listen to Sierra.
I'm looking for the solution right now.
I just want black people to win.
Go ahead, Sierra. What you say, Sierra? And then we go to Hammond.
Possible solutions to win.
Sierra, can you hear me? Oh, you didn't have a
Sierra,
solution?
please speak. Please.
Oh, Sierra, yeah, come on.
Oh, like, was you being funny, lady, or something? She really put something in the back there?
No, I ain't doing nothing.
Did Sierra want to say something?
Yeah, she did.
What I had said was, honestly, I haven't spoke because I really just don't have the capacity to continue to defend my point anymore. I'm shut down, and I every time I speak, it's coming from a new age perspective, and it's coming from a social work perspective, which a lot of times within like any marginalized community is not received well. And I just don't have it in me to continue to defend tonight. Like I just don't. I want to enjoy a conversation and it just be that, without having to, just advocate for the fact that I should even have a voice.
Well, we want to hear your voice.
Lastly, like this entire conversation has gone on for about 15 minutes, and I've heard lots of things said about the younger generation, but the younger generation's opinion is not being asked when we're in here. And I mean, honestly, like that's just really that. I don't really have much else to say. Like we have a lot of experience outside of wedlock that comes from true ignorance. We didn't have, like, I don't think you understand that a lot of our parents didn't get married until we were teenagers. We were grown. We were, past the age of understanding truly what healthy looks like because we had already been traumatized. And so all of it was triggering. And there are so many of us that have gone through a lot of things that are not considered. And you can sit here and say, yes, it is my problem. It's not your problem. I'm not ever trying to project that onto you. But my experience exists and it matters. And it should be acknowledged in conversations like this because, like, if we're going to talk about it, why not have it from the perspective of the people who have experienced it, without the judgment, without the criticizing. I can't continue to be in spaces where every time I open my mouth, it's, oh, well, you're doing this, and this wrong, and this is how you are, and this must be this. No, I said one thing. I said one thing, and I said it generally, and take it or leave it. I am 27 years old. I don't expect you or necessarily want you to think the way that I think. I think the way I think because of my experience, because of what I've been through, because of the traumas that I've experienced, because of the things that I don't allow myself to engage in, because of the way that I protect myself and the boundaries that I set with myself, with other people, and the boundaries that I don't allow people to cross with me. That's my life. But to sit here and have these kinds of conversations about the younger generation and have us in the space and not acknowledge our existence in the conversation, it's just unfair.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Sierra? Which part do you think that we misunderstood you, like, to directly?
Or didn't take your perspective on?
Right.
I think the part where she said,
Hold on.
Oh,
Lady
okay. Because I think it was directed towards me. That's all. My bad.
It was earlier when we were all having that conversation. I haven't spoken in a while. Like I'm kind of checked out. I've tried to get back re-engaged in the conversation, but that's why I was like, I'm just gonna leave because I'm checked out. Like I didn't expect me saying one thing to be taken into a 45-minute conversation, but two, I just feel like every time I speak, it's shut down, and then we have a conversation about why I shouldn't have been shut down, or about why, like, it just, I'm just over it. Like I don't.
Can I real fast say something, Sierra? I don't want you to feel like we're
Shan,
not.
Shan, you have to re-ask the question. She was asked a direct question. What part of the conversation do you feel was glossed over? We understand how you feel. You've articulated that, but what part did we miss? So maybe we can revisit it if it's substantive.
That's you, Sierra.
I'm like, you're asking me that? Like,
Yeah, what part did you say that you felt like was ignored, right? Because we want to discuss it if it's worth discussing. That's what the question. That's what Shan had asked.
no, I'm checked out. I'm not adding
Yeah,
to the conversation anymore because I'm done. I was silenced earlier. I'm cool. Like when I had something to say about the fact that like, oh, we talk about like marriage and weddings and all of this in here, but like hello, like I'm not married. Like I've been engaged twice, yeah, but like again, I'm not married. I've never been in that kind of I've never experienced that. But then we're sitting here having a conversation about like this after we just had a whole 45 minute to an hour conversation about including the younger generation's opinion. And I'm sitting here and we're having a conversation about the younger generation and we're still not including like our voice. And it's
Okay.
just I'm over
Okay.
it. You know what I'm saying? Like
So,
I wasn't heard earlier when I had something to say
and,
about marriage and
mhm.
not, relationships that aren't in wedlock. And now we're having the conversation and I'm still not included in it. And I'm sitting
so
right here. So
so
that's why I'm just like I'm over it. Like
So, and
I'm not.
Shan, this is why I jumped in, right? Because what she's saying is not true, right? We had a conversation all up and through what she added to the conversation about how sometimes you just don't like people. We talked about that at nauseum, right? You know what I mean? We talked, and that's why Dr. Lady O was going on her. Hey man, get your shit together. We ain't worrying about people's trauma, because Sierra, you actually said people's trauma matters. So we discussed that in at nauseum. Myself, Bo, and Dr. Lady O, and everybody else. So those things were acknowledged, and they were very substantive and important to the conversation.
Well, let me help
I
you
just
out.
don't want her to dismiss
Can I
what
say
actually
something real
happened, Bo,
fast
because
before?
we did
No,
discuss her point.
I
Go ahead.
understand, but I
Okay.
think that there's something that you are missing. I know exactly how she feels.
Feel okay.
You heard Lady O earlier completely misrepresent something that I never even said. There are people that hear me every week I'm here, and they still don't hear what I'm saying. They talk about what I'm saying, what they thought I said, but they never hear what I say. You see what I'm saying? And I think that she's tired. Like I get tired of that too.
Being
People
misunderstood. Okay.
like, yeah, completely misunderstood because I don't sound the way you want me to sound. I don't say the things that you agree with, the ways that you live. There are plenty of people that will tell you that I don't believe in God, that I hate men. That there are plenty of people that'll tell you a lot of things about me that I have never said. So I think that is what she's talking about. And it is extremely frustrating when people completely misrepresent who you are and what you say.
Y'all do that to me every week. What y'all talking
No, we don't.
about?
No,
Yes,
we
you
don't.
do. So y'all all right about me, but y'all people not right about y'all. Y'all
I'm not
misrepresent
right
me
about
all
you.
the time.
No, I'm not right about you at all.
Y'all,
I am
y'all
nothing to you,
misrepresent me
and you
all
are
the time on
nothing
these
to me.
panels.
So I want to say I don't know if it is anything. I don't know if she just directing towards Lady O, but I just my point in having the conversation is just to find possible solutions. Whether we take those solutions or not, all I'm saying is what we're doing is not working. This is a possible solution. It's not to judge anybody. You can move the way you want to move. People gonna move the way they want to move, right? But we need to go back to the drawing board because we're not winning. Not in my opinion. That's just my opinion. And so if you feel, it's something that I said, I don't want you to feel like I'm judging you or anything of that nature. So I apologize if that's what I gave off, but I'm just giving suggestions.
Um, every generation, we want to go there. Every generation has some type of trauma that they're dealing with, old, young, or whatever, right? My whole thing is how you can't live life. You can't live life drowning in this trauma. You have to live this life, you know. And I get that people have trauma. I get grace all the freaking time, but how much grace are we supposed to give? Are we enabling it? Because you still got to live. You got to grow. You got to raise kids. You want to be in marriages. You can't carry this. You got to know how to navigate through whatever hard times you've gone through in your life. That's
How
my
are
whole
people
point.
supposed to do that if they don't feel
Mhm.
supported by the people who are saying that they support them?
Right, and I understand it, but my thing is support can be subjective because you think it's something that's not support. The other person may think it's support, and vice versa. I think I very well do. I mean, me personally, I'm not sure about other people. I think I support other people's all the freaking time, a little too freaking much, to be honest with you. I think that my delivery, as was stated earlier, people don't want to hear. Um, I can't help that. I can't change that to appease anybody. And my thing is, what was my message? That's my whole thing. What is my message that I'm trying to convey? That's my whole point.
Uh,
Um,
uh,
um, Go ahead.
yeah. So when people say that, like, it's not about how I said it, it's what I said. It's guys who can say something to me, and if they say it a certain way, I'm gonna want to smack them, right? Because they said it in a certain tone. He might have pumped his chest up, right? And I'm like, you said it a way I didn't like, so now I want to fight, right? That happens a lot. So when we say like, oh, it doesn't matter how I said it, that's not true. Like,
A person that go pew up a job, right? They got mad. 9 times out of 10, they were sat down, they were talked to, they were told the good things that they did first, and then they were let go. And that person come back and that's false. And I work in management at one point. That's false. People are going to react based on their feelings, on how they feel at that time. It doesn't matter how nice a person is. You can feel triggered if something is going on with you that day. A person don't have to be mean or nice. Now that's just my assumption of it. Like, we can't go through life thinking every look. The thing is this: what is your tone? Is your message genuine? That's what it boils down to. Because you could be nice tone and you're not genuine at all. This is why when I do talk to people, I think some people with the soft tones are the most slick mouth people out there because they say a lot of disingenuous things.
yeah,
I like people that come to me. What is your message? Maybe because I was
hmm
raised, I had a whole bunch of men around in my life. Maybe I perceive messages differently. Um, and I've been around the one who will talk nice and so sweet, and I'm holier than thou. Be the worst people on the fucking planet. They have.
yeah,
They're the
yeah,
ones you don't want to trust. But the ones that come to me like, look, bitch, those are the ones I'm like, okay. She told me the truth, regardless on how she told me the message. She was honest with me.
yeah,
That's what I like. And I cannot sit here and continue to pat people on the back because I've done that. I've done the coddling and enabling and been stabbed in the back each and every freaking time. I have seriously went on a limb to help people go on my off day, get people to work. And I have been stabbed in the back each and every time. So I just fucking, my message is my message. What's the truth? You cannot pick apart what I'm saying. Just now you want to pick apart how I'm saying it. I can't do it.
yeah. So communication is so much deeper than how people are trying to act like it is, right?
Sure.
It's so deep. You can be a great, amazing communicator, or you can be a bad one, right? And y'all can both say the same thing, right?
Yep.
If I'm talking to you and my goal is to get the information that I have over into your brain and it's not getting into your brain, I'm doing something wrong and I need to correct course, right? I need to let me change the way. Like every football coach, a good football coach or a good coach in any sport, anything in life, I have to know how to talk to each player to get what I need out of each player. I can't talk to the star the way I talk to the 53rd man on the roster, right? I can't communicate to them the same way because I'm not going to get my desired outcome because he might ask for a trade. We might get into a fight because he's an alpha, I'm an alpha, right? Everybody can't be talked to the same way, and
Well,
we have to
I'm
understand
sure.
that.
But see, but hold, first of all, I was an educator for cosmetology, right? So I would talk to hundreds of people. So I know about communication. And even at the nicest, everybody did not convey the message. even at the nicest, most professional tone. Again, you just said it earlier. Communication is very deep. You don't know what audience you're going to get. You don't know how they're going to perceive you. It doesn't matter how you go out there. We just heard Kelly Price's cuss all black women out on the thing. She said we the most evil, vile people out there. So, look, at the end of the day, I think we're dealing with a whole bunch of I think we're dealing with a whole bunch of coddling. I think we're dealing with a whole bunch of people who lack accountability. Um, that's just my personal opinion of it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick. I think like what I'm gathering from everything, it's a communication barrier between intergenerational people, right? Because what I'm saying is there's a different language that my father will use, who's 89, versus my stepmom, who's 56, versus me, who's 43, versus my daughter, who's 23. So when we're having a family gathering, there are words and things that are misconstrued and said all the time. People can be misunderstood in the midst of a conversation. So when you're trying to deliver a message and somebody doesn't get it, they, like you said, they're not old as you. So half of the words that you're using may have been around for a good minute, but in the last 20 years they haven't, right? When we talk about any era from the 70s or 80s or any type of song or movie, there's people who are young enough that are not, they don't know what you're talking about. You're lost, right? And vice versa. There are some things that younger people talk about all the time. You're lost. You don't know anything about that. You don't keep up with that. So when we're having the dialogue about, hey, I'm saying something and I don't feel like I'm being heard about it, and it's usually from someone younger, because we have a tendency to talk over people who are younger because we know more. And we want to, and our first instinct is to impart our wisdom. But sometimes we have to be able to listen first in order to establish a line of communication to where you're both speaking the same language and you're understanding exactly where she's coming from, because first of all, you've been there. And second of all, when you hear her complete thought, you have a better context and understanding of what she's going through and what she wants out of it.
This is a thing. I don't think I know more than Sierra. I just think we're from two different time frames, two different lifespans. You know what I mean? What she experienced in her life, I didn't experience. So when I was at her age. So this is the disconnect that we also have. So that's what I'm saying. I can't tell her how to live her life because she went through a whole different path. I was married at her age. I was already married for almost a decade. She's still looking for me. She's turned down 2 engagements. I had 4 kids by the time I was 21 years old.
Oh, wow.
And married. All my kids are in their 30s. I got kids, and I'm not trying to be funny, but my children are older than her. My youngest son is 31. My oldest son about to be 38 in a couple of weeks.
But she lives in a completely different environment now. She can't.
So that's what I'm saying. So from what she's learning in this world, it's different. So I can't almost tell her anything. Only thing I can tell her is, my whole thing is with women is how we react with men. That don't change. And that's our ability to stop having babies by don't marry us. That's my whole thing. How she live her life, I can't control that. That's her life. That's her walk in life. I've never tried to tell a younger person how to live their life when it comes to that. I can't.
You know what you can do, Lady O?
What?
If you can't tell her nothing,
what?
You can listen. You can listen
I
to
do all the time.
But she's saying that from her perspective, and maybe she's wrong, right? Maybe you were listening to her. She's saying that she doesn't feel like you listen to her, right?
That's feel. That's not my problem.
No. Because when it comes to communication, somebody can have an experience about something that didn't happen, and I can have a different experience. We can both be having a conversation, and I recall, and I'm telling my wife, "Yo, you said this," and she like, "I didn't say that," and I'm like, "You know what? Maybe we had a different experience of this moment. So how do we move forward, right? So if you feel like I didn't hear you, maybe I disagree. I think I heard you. However, how can we move forward? How can I do? Tell me again. Let me sit down. Let me just listen. Maybe I started talking too soon. Like, how can we bridge that?
I do listen to.
Let me show you.
Okay,
let me show you, and like a great example of listening.
Go ahead.
What DJ Hemp did, what he did, that was active listening. He wanted to understand what we missed. He wanted her to let us know where we missed something. That is listening. He always asks clarifying questions because he really wants to understand you. What you do is you automatically be like, no, I was listening. Hold on. Because there's something that you did that told her that you weren't listening. And because you're not trying to understand why she thinks that, that lets her know further that you are not listening. You're not willing to listen. That's what we're saying.
I did listen to her when she talked about the younger people coming from trauma. I was 100% listening to her. I said that you cannot live in a world saying, "Oh, because I'm traumatized, you got to hear me roar." That's the mindset that I had. I responded to her exactly the way I responded.
I think
to her.
that that's part of the
Because
problem,
of the way
though.
that she wanted me to respond to her, and that's the problem.
I think that that's part of the problem, though, is that every time like somebody speaks, there's like this level of you shouldn't, rather than like saying, okay, that was your experience. Like you don't have to like advice equals criticism when it's not like when there's not permission. Like unsolicited advice is literally criticism.
Are we on a public panel?
Lady O, have you ever
I
been a
think
therapy
Lady
before?
O, I think when she say
Yeah,
constructive criticism,
definitely.
I think what she means is like
Therapy
what
for
you do
what?
is you tell
I'm
people
share my life.
you tell people that like what they did was wrong and what they should have done, but you don't really tell them how to move forward if you haven't been in that situation. So a lot of people when they come up here, they feel like, well, if you feel like you'll be like, well, this is why people shouldn't do this, and it's like by this age we understand that we made the mistake, and by going through the mistake, we understood why it was wrong, but because we never had clear guidance and the correct way of seeing things, we had to go through that mistake to get to that understanding. So now that we have an understanding, some people who went through those mistakes, they worked through it and got married. In our generation, we're starting to see that. So sometimes we take those chances. Maybe in your generation, you didn't see it and it went one way in order for it to work. But in our generation, we've seen people actually work through certain situations. And that's why people be like, oh, you just dumb, you dumb. But that's why they said sometimes if you ask clarifying questions, then maybe you'll know how to handle her. If
I
that
do
makes any
understand,
sense.
but I understand that. But the thing is, because reason why I talk a lot about because I was a single mom. I was a baby mom. I had a baby at 15 years old. I come from a mother who had me at 15, so I do know a little bit about this. I did
But
get
Dr.
experience
Lady
with
O, I'm not
marriage.
saying that. I heard you. I know your
Right,
story, but what I'm
right.
saying is you're a single mom and the way it happened and how it happened and how he courted you and things of that nature didn't
I
happen the
didn't marry
way
their
she
father,
became
though.
a single mom.
Oh,
And
for
that's why I'm
sure.
saying. So when you give your advice, it's based on your single mom story. There are so many single mom stories out here. You have to be able to ask clarifying questions in order to know how to deal with this single mom. Because this single mom may have learned from her mistakes. This single mom just might need to know how to get through this point at this life. So when you're giving her your experience, maybe you're giving her the wrong experience of your story. Maybe she's at a part where she understood her mistakes and she just wants to give up. And maybe she needs to hear that part of your experience, not the other harsh parts that you assume that maybe she didn't know about.
But this is the thing. First of all, I already said that she didn't sound like she came from a point where did not take accountability. Y'all missed everything that I said because you want to hear whatever y'all want to hear.
No, I
I
was
said
here, but you said that after she became
Sierra did
offended.
not did not come from a place where she was not taking accountability. And you got to understand, you have what, one kid, Sierra? Yeah, one child. She don't have 3, 4, 5 kids. I wasn't obviously talking to her. Y'all up here hearing exactly what y'all want to hear. And I did not marry my oldest son's father. I married a whole different person. So that's not my point. Again, just like you can sit up
If
here and
I'm
claim that
being
people
fully
taking you out of his context, y'all doing the same with me. Y'all not understanding me as well.
I think when your emotions change, then your story changes.
but
My
to
story didn't
also
change.
but to,
My story didn't change.
but also to take things from a surface level, right? You asked me if I have a kid. I have one living child, but I have 3 children.
Okay.
So when we talk about do I have a child? Yes, but I have
Okay.
children. But my
Okay.
experience isn't yours. You're a mother of 3 living or 4
4.
living
Yeah.
children. I'm a mother of 3, but I have 1 living child.
Okay. Well, that's what I said earlier, that your experience in life is not the same as mine. I did not just say that. Nothing. I'm muting
So,
up.
but Dr. Letio, you tend to help people the way you were helped, and you have to understand the way you were helped worked for you because that was your experience. So they feel like if you can't adapt to other people's experience, sometimes it could come off offensive. So that's the reason why it's hard for people to accept what you're saying.
But
Sometimes you tend to, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's
no,
more
I was
about
just saying
meeting
this
people
right
where
here.
they're at than anything.
If I don't work for you, then you gotta. This is what I say to coddling come in at. You find somebody that work for you. You have to do that. If you feel like I'm not helping you, because I'm not up here, I really wasn't up here to try to help nobody. Like, I mean, I'm just saying that I didn't think I was up here to do all that. But my point is,
Oh,
you got to
okay.
find somebody that's going to help you in life. I don't know Sierra's story. I wasn't even talking about her.
Lady O, I'm not trying to pile on you at all. Like,
Oh
right?
my
So
God, yes, you are.
no, I'm
Right
not.
before you
No, no,
do.
no, no. But hopefully we can just get to a better place.
Oh
Now,
my God.
I asked you, have you ever been to therapy, right? Because therapy is really big on communication. Would you
I'm not.
agree?
I do therapy all the
Yeah,
time.
it's and communication and therapy is like that's like the top of the top. That's the most important. That's why people get divorced. It typically
Yeah,
comes down to communication, right?
yeah,
But
but my
hold on. I'm talking. I'm talking.
okay, go
Um,
ahead.
but so like
You don't know
when you
everything,
go to
but go ahead.
therapy, especially couples therapy, right? When
I do that too.
one of the earliest things they tell you to do is shh, let this person tell you their experience, and then you repeat to them what you heard, because it's so important that someone not only you listen, but that they feel heard. It's an important it's so important. Tell me, you just said this, and then I say, okay, what I heard you say was this, and then they confirm, yes, that's what and I'm trying to get
I
you to
did
understand how
therapy
important
already.
it
I
is
did
that people
couples
feel
therapy.
heard. That's all.
This is the thing. This is why I say you can't teach me anything. I've done therapy. I'm doing therapy. I know about communication. This has nothing to do with my lack of communication style. You just don't like the way I'm communicating.
No,
That's what it is.
the point I was just making is that so that we're on the same page is that how important it is that people that not only you listen, but people feel heard. Do you agree? Do you agree with that? Which is the purpose that
Why?
people they say something and then you repeat it back to them.
She don't agree. She don't agree. Lady O already said she's saying what she's saying, and what she's saying is coherent, and she doesn't care if it's liked or accepted. That's what she's saying.
The only problem with
Yeah,
that is
Sierra.
when
She
she
don't.
says
She doesn't
something.
misunderstand. You see
But
what I
that,
mean? She doesn't
but D,
misunderstand.
but DJ Hemp, the reason why that's a problem, see, the reason why everybody else on this panel seems like they getting into it with her is because when like you said, when we speak, well, I haven't been here that long, but when I heard you all speak, y'all would ask her what she said. She would say yes, y'all would clarify, y'all would respond. When y'all would respond, if she don't like what she heard, she would say, well, that's not what I meant. When she responds, she doesn't clarify what people said. So y'all really don't understand how she's taking what you're saying. You really don't. You
If
don't know
she
what she's responding to, how she's responding to it, because even she feels like that about us. She said, oh, that's not what I said. That's not what I meant. That's not how I took it. Even though y'all clarifying before you make your response, but she's not doing the same thing. So you know when people start to get frustrated with conversations, they tend to mirror what they are. When people say what we are mirrors. If you rewind his whole life, that's what you'll see. Not one time, even though everybody else on this advice tried to low key give her advice to do that. Hey, make sure you clarify first. Make sure you ask questions first. Maybe there was a communication broke down because when she goes back and forth, she says she's not heard, but then she said, oh, I don't care about being heard. You do because you brought it up. You said you're not heard. We're trying to tell you how to be heard. You're miscommunicating with damn near everybody on the panel, and we're telling you the same things in different ways. But because you don't want to ask the clarifying question first, we don't even know what we supposed to be responded to. We don't know where the communication breakdown is because you're not even telling us what you hear from us.
okay, I
And you're
understand.
not asking us to clarify. You're just saying, no, because you're telling me this, woo woo. You're not asking a question like, okay, well, what did you mean by this? In order to, make your statement. You're not asking any clarifying questions.
All right, go ahead, Hamp.
No, I mean I understand. I think I just know that Lady O said what she said, right? And she don't really much care about the feedback. She can't be taught by us. We too young. So when I hear that, I say, why beat the shit out of this dead horse? This motherfucker is dead as shit.
You
That's
just
all.
love her for who she is and respect her for who she is.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
So
That's all, But when JR
she's
asked
our elder. Not in that way. I promise you. Like in a respectable way.
No,
Like I try to
it's
respect
fine.
you.
That's fine. I'm not dating you.
Take it off, lady.
You live a different life. That's wrong for you to say I'm
Hold on,
dating.
y'all. Hold on, Lady
You live
O.
a different life.
Hold on, Lady O. Go ahead.
There's something interesting when Bo and I were having a conversation about like the Bible being antiquated, obsolete, and couldn't be applied. Something instantly popped in my head during this conversation. Bo, you know the Bible says after 50, they can't. The priest can't preside over the congregation anymore. They're not allowed to because they don't resonate with the congregation anymore. They're able to do other things in the temple, but they don't preach anymore because the message, the younger folk, the generations can't hear them. So that Exodus 4:30, if you want to verify, popped into my head. You know what I'm saying when that happened. JR, you were looking for solutions. When you look at the cultures that we say are successful, right? Their culture is their religion. Their culture is the belief system. When we look at the Middle East, right, the Islam is ingrained in their government, right? Although Sharia doesn't define Islam, right? Sharia has a whole bunch of parts of Islam, right? When you look at Dearborn, Michigan, and the entire community is Muslim and Indian, that the homosexuality and all that couldn't come into Dearborn. There are no rainbow flags in Dearborn, Michigan, right? The restaurants during Ramadan open at 6 p.m., all of them, because they know nobody's eating until the sun goes down, right? Because the community is cohesive, right? So when we listen to us talk, we are at the very least biblically adjacent, most of us, right? But we just lukewarm in what we believe in. So if we took it more seriously, we would find guidelines that'll put us overwhelmingly on the same page to then be successful, because then we can hold each other accountable based on the principles, standards, and commandments that we would all agree upon. So I see that as possible because most of us are at the very least lukewarm when it comes to Abrahamic teachings. You know what I'm saying? Biblically, even the Quran. You know, when I see my Muslim brothers, you know, I might tease them for wearing them hot ass suits, but I love them niggas. You know what I'm saying? So could we mostly align? And I think that could help us be successful in terms of your original question.
But I think a lot of people are finding reasons like not to come together. Like yeah, like it's kind of like weird because like people say, well, I don't subscribe to religion, I'm more spiritual. It's like it's going to be real complicated. Like the best way, I always say this, the best way to make changes within your house, and the kids are the future. So I think the older generation is just screwed. It is what it is. That's why when I talk to people that ain't trying to change, you're grown as hell. I got my own to worry about, and so I pour more into my children because they're going to be the future. So if everybody focus on what's within their household, then they may see the difference, but we'll be long gone. You know, maybe go ahead.
Well, JR, on that point, you and I think I text you about something, right? And I didn't even reveal that much, but your response was what I needed to hear, right? And because you're principled and we have a very similar, if not the same baseline, right? That allowed me to be successful in whatever endeavor I was in. And that's why it's very important that people agree. When we do the possessive my household, now it leads to too much subjectivity and less accountability. I catch your drift. That's that gives me cause for pause, though, if that makes sense. You know?
I think if people even listen to what we're saying right now, and just sometimes you might need to respond, you let it marinate a little bit, because it makes complete sense to just imagine how much stronger we will be. It makes logical sense if we adopt some rules because they logically make sense. And if we pull it from scriptures because it logically makes sense, you ain't got to agree with it, but does it make sense?
Yeah.
And then if it makes sense, then we should all go towards that. But there's just a lot of resistance that I'm just trying to figure out. Everybody ain't gonna make it, and like the most control you have is the people that's underneath you. You know, you're talking about complete strangers. So even when we say these messages, I think these messages are important because there's somebody out there that may not be in the comments that we don't know that's listening. And you'll be surprised how many people be watching from the clouds, and it's actually helping them. Just like when you mentioned earlier, like you said, I had no idea that what I said helped you. Or sometimes when I speak, people say, that like I resonated with what you said, or I feel you, I can relate. So I say keep pushing the messages. And then for the people that think it's nonsense, you're not gonna always find solutions. And sometimes it's up to you to figure out the solution. Maybe we just here to identify and highlight some problems, or maybe some things you can resonate with, or maybe we might, touch you in a different type of way when they come with these conversations. But
Yeah, yeah. And Jr., the one thing that you show people quite often is conduct, right? The better word is decorum. Just imagine if we adopted better decorum, how our community would be. You know, and that's a thing that people can identify as negative and positive. You know what I'm saying? We know what bad decorum is, and we know what good decorum is overwhelmingly, right? So just imagine if we started with that, something very surface, but we are so casual, and our decorum is just seemingly, from my anecdotal experience, a lot lower than a lot of the cultures that we kind of look at as being successful. So, yeah.
I had a question. Now,
Yes,
what was
ma'am.
the verse again? It was
Uh,
Exodus what?
Exodus 4. You could jump to verse 30.
Oh yeah, I'm holding a Bible and I haven't burst into flames, y'all. I got 4 of them.
All right, well,
For
make
those
sure you
who think
keep some water by your bed.
Say what now?
Keep some water by your bed.
At all times. I have a carafe right by my bed every night.
Fire extinguisher. You never know.
You know what I think? I think, and I was gonna say this earlier, but I think the solution is to have more genuine conversations. And when I say that, I mean go into a conversation in good faith, thinking that the person across from you has something to offer, um, thinking that, understanding that you can learn from everybody, and just genuinely listening. Right? I think like a lot of the guys that be in this red pill space, I got a lot of the same parallel beliefs as a lot of them. Right? Like I'm to some degree like I'm I'm traditional to some degree, not to a full degree, obviously not, right? But to some degree, like I like a traditional style household, right? And I see my woman a certain way. Like my woman come from a family of like strong women who like I don't need no man, but it ain't that don't fly over here, right? Like she had to learn, like, oh, this is the type of man I want. This is how I'm operate, right? And I think that the reason that I think a lot of women I'm able to actually change a lot of their perspectives is because I listen when I talk to them. I listen, right? And I care about actually communicating to them on the way that they can actually be heard. They call me a simp in the comments, right? They threw that word out, right? But all I do is I'm interested in understanding why you think the way you think. And then I'll give you a remedy, right? Or hopefully I open up your mind and I show you my perspective and why this isn't so bad, right? So, yeah.
I want to say something just to piggyback off of what you just said. And I guess I'm gonna probably say like kind of a contradicting statement. Y'all know I tend to do that, understand both sides. But I think a lot of women, when they hear y'all speak and y'all so intelligent, we see y'all insight like Sierra. My experience was a lot like Sierra. You get what I'm saying? And I do feel like sometimes the judgmental when we say our situations because we're not married off bed or have kids or whatever the case is for each of one of us, when we say it, y'all instantly think of a situation that y'all know personally, and then we kind of get judged as if our character might match that person that's been in that situation. So it's hard for us to be vulnerable. But one thing I can say, Sierra, don't ever be afraid to speak up for yourself. I don't know why God always put me on this panel when we kind of have like kind of new people on here. But I kind of went through what you went through, and they kind of help you build this discipline and this. I don't know how to say it. Like he said, Lapeef have decorum. There's a way to express yourself and still be feminine, and I think you tend to shut down because you don't want to come off aggressive. But just play into it. I feel like this is a safe space. At first, I didn't. I trusted it. I trusted this space. I've seen sides of myself. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't even know if I was ready for the world to see, but I always trust God's process no matter what, okay? Regardless of how I might try to resist. But this is a safe space, you know, and they will get to know you. And I'm pretty sure Bo could tell you the same thing because she was feeling like that. But Bo, be honest, there's times where these men on this panel would surprise you and be like, damn, you do get it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you get it. And then you can even look back at the panels and be like, okay, I did get kind of emotional there. That's some things that, you know, we will work on, but these men will challenge you. They will push you. And it does feel uncomfortable, but change is uncomfortable. Remember that. And I do want to let you know this is a positive space. I don't vouch for many spaces, but yeah, it's a cool space. And I think you should come back because I love your insight and the fact that you're 27, you're around my brother's age, and I'm very understanding to people your age that's going through what you're going through. I understand your mind frame and how you think because y'all are more advanced than me. You know what I'm saying? It Humans aren't going to keep evolving regardless of the fucked up people out there, but I can tell that you're one of those. So just trust these people and they'll help your growth and hopefully teach you how to put yourself in environments that you're attracting men who think like you and teach you how to present yourself, you know? But that's all I had to say.
I guess I can. I'll just quickly jump in. I mean, I can only tell you from the 3 years or some odd years that I've been up here through different spaces that um, um, when you're trying to communicate with people amongst yourself who are older, younger, all diversity and demographics, you get a whole bunch of perspectives that you may or may not agree with, but I think you really grow. I mean, growing up, I come from a different era, so I mean, we don't have panels, we ain't got YouTube, we ain't got social media, we ain't got cell phones. I mean, everything was happening outside in real time. I mean, this is the first time ever that I'm be able to, talk from people from all over the United States or the globe about important issues that I couldn't get this kind of information or access to everyone like this in my 20s or in my teenage years. So I kind of appreciate the fact that we can all come together and actually discuss an issue in depth that applies to all of us because we've all been through something that's pretty fucked up. But it kind of results in the results that we want are something better. We want a better outcome. And so by any means, I think that we should just be able to receive everyone's input equally, and then be able to go from there and have a better back and forth and try and understand each other rather than try and argue at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it ain't easy, but it's fruitful. It's beneficial. You know, I appreciate JR for the opportunities and all that. You know, and I just want to be clear: when you come on a panel, right, you open yourself up to criticism, whether you like it, understand it, accept it, believe it or not. Whether it's on the panel in the chat, that's what we're here for. But I do hope that we all are actively listening, even when we disagree. You know.
And I think once you get on these panels a few times, you start to learn how to handle yourself. So I don't know how often Sierra be on here, but you start to kind of learn like how to conquer, the conversation the right way and kind of how to get your points in there and how to make yourself be heard, kind of. So it's a process. Go ahead, Lady O.
I'm just done. But yeah, I think that
she ain't done.
Leave me alone. Look, I can handle these. Let me tell you something. I worked as a cosmetologist for 25 years. I did thousands of women hair, thousands.
Oh, really?
So I can handle it. I haven't really had any bad experiences, but I'm just saying I'm definitely you always around people. Not everybody sat in your chair liked you. That's something that you had to learn as a cosmetologist. Some people hate your guts, will talk about you. I even had other stylist friends who people sat in her chair was trying to mess with a man. Like, people are really messy. You have got to know how to deal with different personalities. You cannot force anybody to like you, love you, understand you in life. And that's where I come from. You just cannot do that. You can talk to hundreds of people. You may, like when you're out here, like when I was getting ready to I was going to do a hair care line at one time, and I was had someone from L'Oreal to contact me, one of the guys
who worked for them. He was going to create me a hair relaxer. This is probably about 10 years ago. He said, he said, I can create you a really good product. He said, but you got to understand that you cannot please everybody. You got to understand that that's how life works. I can't please y'all. That's fine. I'm used to it. That's just not how life works. So, was somebody saying something? I'm sorry, I'm muted up.
No.
Okay. So that's all I'm saying. So you don't have to perceive me. That's fine. You don't know me in person. I don't know you. But my thing is, I try not to tell you any lies. I try not to tell you things that I'm going to where I'm misleading you. Because my message is nothing but women should have higher standards for themselves. That's basically my whole entire message. I think we have terrible, terrible standards for ourselves. And that's because I lived there. I've been there.
Period.
So, yeah, that's
I
it.
had a question for you, Sierra. Do you think that there's a shift occurring amongst people your age or younger, like right around your age, when it comes to like pushing away from liberalism and going to more conservative, or is it getting more liberal, or like as an ideology? Do you see the trajectory of the people underneath you being the same, or could you speak to that?
It's hard for me to speak to that because I feel like I'm an anomaly.
Why do you mean? What do you think your difference is as opposed to everyone else?
I just think that I was dealt a different hand of cards, and I know that we all were, right? But I don't engage in a lot of the things that people my age engage in. I'm not a drinker. I smoke, but that's about it. Like, I'm not a drinker. I don't really party. I don't do a lot. I was always like the nerd, the steady girl. Like, I was never that person. So it's hard for me to even relate to a lot of people my age because I'm not into those things. And a lot of people that are my age are like just now coming into maturity. Like, a lot of men are just now at that age of, full development as well as women. And so it's just hard for me to relate. I don't really hang out with people my age. I don't work with people my age. So I'm just not like, I'm always around older folks.
Do you think the people your age outside of you even care about marriage at this point?
I definitely think that there are like some of us that definitely care about marriage. I mean, I'm one of those people. I very much so care about marriage. Like, it my mom's not married. Like, my dad is, and I like battle with my mom about like the fact that, like, you live this life of like, a single woman, and that's cool, that's good and fine and dandy for you, but like, I'm not living that lifestyle. Like, I want a man. Like, I want a husband. Like, I'm setting my lifestyle up to welcome somebody into, mine, and really not even welcome into mine, like me going into theirs. Like, it's not like it's a collaboration. And so, like, the things that she wants, like me and her, living with my mother is like even difficult because she, isn't looking for a relationship. She isn't looking for, a marriage. Whereas, I'm half her age, more than half her age. And I'm looking for those things. I want those things. I'm pursuing people. I'm pursuing dating. And so it's just like, even that dynamic is difficult to maneuver through because, like, the things that I want happening in my household, and having company over at my household, and even though it's my house, like, it's just the dynamic of wanting to have that unionship, and knowing that my mom has been single for over a decade, and she has no interest in moving towards a relationship. So, like, I think that there's a lot of people who, see relationships and want marriage, but don't even really understand, because there are a lot of us who have parents who are never married, or have parents who married late too. Like, my dad didn't get married until I want to say 15 or 16. I didn't go to his wedding. He had a punk little wedding in on the way home from my birthday. Like I was actually more upset about it. Like why would you do that than excited for them? So it's just like, you know, even my experience with watching, you know, my parents being married is very skewed and very different than what a lot of other people have experienced. And so, like, when I think about, you know, what I've been through, and then also hearing, like, I work with people who are my age and younger, and I work with this generation to help them build their mindset and build autonomy and get connected to the services that they need and help care coordinate, like, so that they can get their lives together and get on the path to doing the things that their parents and that they wanted to do, you know, alongside of what their parents wish for them. And so, you know, even hearing their stories about, you know, what they saw growing up and, you know, what they also desire, what they saw were broken homes and dysfunctional relationships and abuse. And so they're looking for marriage, but they don't know anything else. And unfortunately, the abuse and the trauma is comfortable for them. And you have to, like, it's truly a mindset. I fell into it. I was in a relationship. A man broke my arm. I have a 10-inch scar that's never going to leave my body that I have to look at every day that reminds me of a man who broke my arm. And do I take accountability for that? Absolutely. I knew that the relationship was toxic. I knew that I was not good for him and that he was not good for me. I knew that, you know, he has put his hands on me before. I shouldn't have been there in the first place, right? So I take accountability for my part in it. But did I deserve that? Never. Never. Never.
Yeah,
My hands were never put on him either, for anyone wondering. I never put my hands on him. My arm was broken and no violence came from my soul that night.
Did you lock him up?
It was
Did you please tell me? Did you lock him up?
I'm not going to disclose any further details just for my safety.
That's fine.
I just want to say,
my point is that I can't speak for everybody in my generation, but I know that there's a lot of women who come from extraordinarily broken homes who still aspire for, you know, marriage and traditional marriage and want these things, but don't even know how to guide themselves to get to the right support and to get to the right tools to understand what that even looks like. And so when I'm in these conversations and I'm listening to these things and I'm listening to how you talk about the younger generations, what bothers me the most is the misunderstanding of, like, the true ignorance in our journeys. We really don't know often what we're looking for because we've never had a good example to look at. And so marriage is a very skewed idea for a lot of younger people, and Gen Z has a lot of issues with this because we're only just now starting to talk about mental health. It was cliche 13 years ago. Okay, I've been working in mental health for 14 years. I'm 27 years old. Yes, I have been working in mental health since I was 13 years old. On youth organizations, I've been sent to DC multiple times as a youth to get training. I've literally done national organizations, statewide conferences, like all kinds of different things. I've been studying this my entire life. It is my passion.
Yeah.
And so all of those experiences go into why this generation of people are not aligned with marriage. And that's why I talk about trauma so much. It's not to acknowledge that you need to coddle me because I've been through trauma. It's to acknowledge that there's a lot of ignorance due to this trauma, because there were a lot of things that were never taught to these children. These children never had a good example to look at. And a lot of these kids were literally couch chopping with their parents, just trying to figure it out. So all of that needs to be in consideration when we're talking to younger generations, because our role models didn't always have it together too either.
So I appreciate you explaining that, and I want to say I'm glad you was able to leave that relationship. A lot of times people don't leave those relationships until it's final. What is it, like 1 out of every or something that doesn't leave an abusive relationship, the time right before they're about to leave, something actually happens to them that's final. So I'm glad you were able to get through that, and it sounds like you're able to help young people in those scenarios now, and that you found a passion for it. What like, do you have like some type of a pathway for people that are on the next phase of the journey that you're working with to put them in front of, like maybe a elder who's been married for a little while as an example, or somebody you could funnel them to?
Yeah, so we often connect our clients with mentors in the community. We often do the same thing with their children. So not only are we pairing them with somebody who is a role model and somebody that they like, it's not usually just like I heard what you said about like, you know, somebody who's married. A lot of times it's somebody who is like in the field that they're interested in, right? So if somebody I know is interested in like going in culinary arts, like what I'm going to do is go reach out to somebody at Stark State, and I'm going to get them like connected with this person so that they can start having a conversation with them, and they can start, you know, communicating about how to get in, how to get financial assistance, how to apply for scholarships, and get them on that journey. So really, we're the connector to a lot of these organizations. And so it's pretty cool because we're able to do a lot of work without a lot of the legwork. So I'm not the person who's, you know, filling out all of the applications. I'm, you know, giving the application. I might be driving it here and there, but then I'm also the person in the background making sure that, okay, if they do go to, you know, this college, then we need obviously childcare. How are we going to pay for it if you have to come out of pocket? So do we need to pick up a part-time job or take some type of work study? And so it's like it's very holistic. We're not just here to dish out one resource and, oh, we got you enrolled. Cool. Congratulations. Keep it pushing. Like, we're going to sit here and be along with you on that journey and make sure that, you know, all of those things are all those bases are covered.
And all this is through the state, or they need private insurance?
Yeah, so basically it's a program that's run through Medicaid. So yeah, it's through the state. So our funding comes through Medicaid, but it's a statewide program, and then each county has it's through the community action agencies. So our hubs are out of the community action agencies that are statewide throughout every county.
Yeah, that's dope. When you was talking about like the elder examples, I know they may not provide examples. Do they try and shame you for what you want at all, or is that not a thing?
Can you repeat that? I missed part of it.
Like when you talk about the examples of relationships, like, or older women that are in those relationships, the ones that aren't, do some of them try and shame you or speak down upon your desire for what you want in the future?
I mean, I get a lot of shame, honestly. I've made a lot of choices that people, you know, don't agree with. I mean, I have
No,
no
not the
problem.
past. I'm saying like what you aspire to. Like you were saying earlier, you aspire to marriage. I was curious, are they supportive in that, or do they kind of say like you don't need that, or is like what type of energy?
I mean, honestly, I feel like the elders that are in my life, like, they don't push for it. Like, I don't get the question of, oh, when are you bringing somebody home, or when is it gonna happen? When are you gonna find the right person? Like, I feel like my dad maybe has some underlying feelings, but he doesn't project them. So no, I can't really answer that because I don't really get those. I don't really have those conversations with people. Like,
That's fair. Yeah, sometimes like, so like I'll be on random apps or whatever, right? And then I'll hear like it's a lot of like women who've gotten older and they're completely anti-men. And I was wondering, were you like running into any of those type of people in
yeah, I feel like I
your
definitely
dating
have a
life?
lot of not a lot, a few anti-men people around, but I honestly don't spend a lot of time around them because, like, I'm not anti-men. I am
Yeah.
very pro-black men. I am very pro, like, healthy masculinity. I think that, there is a very beautiful dynamic in, healthy relationships, and in men, they bring such beautiful qualities to any space. Like, I really hate how broken and torn down our families really are. And it breaks my heart because I love Black love so much, but it is hard. But again, I get it because we are all navigating so many traumas and just trying to survive at the same time. We live in a society that systematically oppresses us. And so navigating that on top of the blatant racism that we experience and all of the other challenges like that we just life throws at us, it's difficult to even navigate dating. Like, I don't even have time. Like, I literally have to carve it out if I am speaking to somebody or interested in somebody. Like, if I'm not dating, like, that's cool with me. I got all the time in the world to do all my things that I have not had time to do. Cool. Like, I got plenty.
Yeah.
I have lists for days. So it's one of those things where I aspire for it, but I'm also not going to beg for it because I feel like what's going to be for me, God is definitely going to make sure that that's clear. And I'm not going to sit here and try to fight God. So if I feel fearful, the only man I fear is God. I'm not going to be with you. If I feel intimidated, if I feel like you're not for me, that's not God. That's not God presenting this man to me. And I don't want something that's not for me. And I also know that the woman like that I'm like, when the man that is for me comes around, there is going to be no question. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that every quality that is supposed to come out of me as a wife is going to be there, no question. And I've seen those qualities come out in aspects, but it was kind of like, a tidbit here and there. And I'm ready for that connection, but I'm not ready to force it either. And I'm not ever going to force it.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. The
I was gonna get to your super chat. We got to way past the time. Appreciate you being transparent there. Phil Jr. $2 says words matter. Partner is Rainbow. Time turn research. Mott says you can't tell men they can't talk and then get mad when they whoop you. Gotta pick one. If you can't fight with words, you should get boxing lessons. LOL. Brian with the super sticker, $5. Also a member. Mine again, 4.5% is almost 4x the average. Imagine you 4x the amount off they took walking around your city. MKD podcast, $10. Big Ann 11, $10. What up, Trigger Mike? People on YouTube throw the word in trauma around too much. Sometimes it's not trauma, sometimes it's the response. If you're making a dumbass decision, Amira is a mother. That's anyone, $2. These women get sassy on the panel. Devil Games X, also remember 199. Look what making up our own rules got us nowhere. King in the basement says only bull daggers and P suckers call their significant other partner. Fellas, don't accept your wife calling your partner. That's a G couple title. Mott 199. Sierra, what you say you make him? What did you say to make him hit you? Mott and Dave 499. Divorce him for somebody that's gonna take you out on a date and have fun with you. Fellas, get a prenup. They deserve the broke men having that mindset. The same one. $2. Then do not call it marriage. It's defined RA. Devil Games X, also remember 199. Gen Z men care we don't want 304s. And saying one, how about not to interrupt someone else like Lady O? Did you not learn that because you're older doesn't mean you get to bulldoze through a conversation? Stephanie, $2. Team Shan, Team Lady O, bring back the Trigger Mike show. Bronno, also remember $5 super sticker. Bronno again, $2. Great show. I'll be here every week. Thank you. Daily Living, capital $5. Shh, like that. Salute to Hemp, Lapeef, and the panel. Devil's Games X, also remember 1999. Just because I test the card don't mean I am buying it. Also, most of us lusting after people. She liked him for his height, money, etc., and he likes her big butt. Some of us don't care about personal until way after. Most women. Ikane, $2. She's 27 but can't articulate herself. Got to touch myself. $5. People will judge you. Get over it. Got it again. $2. If people control your emotions, they control you. Ikane, $5. That you will always defend people who have made the same mistakes like you. But what you do is intentionally stop them from seeing their mistakes. Got it again. $5 says, but guess what? They don't care about how the young people feel in other cultures. OG, Speed, $5. Pull my boxing shoes out of storage. Don't let me down. I'll be sending videos in gym about 2 weeks. My child say, Daddy, nonprofits depending on me. Got something to prove. One of the best fighters. Ronald, $10 super sticker. I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the platform. Thank you guys for sticking it out way past our times. Make sure we support everybody on the panel. Thank you, Hamp, Trigger Mike, DJ. So DJ, I almost said the wrong one. DJ, Labanita. All the good folks, man. Let's make sure y'all follow them, support them. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all weekend. Cowboys lost, so you got any Cowboys
thank God. Thank God.
Okay, any Cowboys fans?
No, heck no.
Okay. What about you, Ham? Look, I can't hear you on mute. Who are you rooting for?
No, all praises to that. 49ers is my favorite team.
49ers, okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Bears for me, so we're gonna see what we're gonna do. Was it Monday?
Monday. Everybody hates your quarterback though, as a person.
Yeah. Hopefully he can make it up, man. You know, sometimes we can ignore the red flags.
Indeed. We'll see though.
See what he come out with. Walking through the tunnel with a pink suit on.
Pink nails.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I love this time of year though. I love football season.
That light one on your way out, y'all.